Saturn. Jakob Lorber. Chapter 1. The actual name and description of Saturn. The double ring and moons of Saturn. The magnificence of divine revelation. In order to have a clear concept of this planetary body, which you call Saturn, it is important to know what its actual name denotes. Earth calmness, world nothingdom. It is also absolutely necessary to learn about its natural sphere, its distance from the sun, its size, structure, its inhabitants, as well as the inhabitants on the rings and moons, as well as its diverse vegetation, in accordance with the conditions that prevail because of distinctly varying climates. Furthermore, a description of all the animals that exist on this planet, its rings and moons. Once all the above-mentioned details about Saturn have been properly explained, will the history of this planet, its inner structure and polarity to other planets, and finally, the spiritual sphere, be analyzed. As far as the distance of Saturn from the Sun is concerned, 3 different points of view can be adopted. The reason for this is well known. There is not one planet whose orbit is on a completely circular course. Instead, a planetary orbit around the Sun is like an ellipse, where the Sun is in relationship to the orbit of a planet, similar to an egg with the obtuse part downwards and the acute part facing upwards. In this position, the egg yolk will not be in the center of the egg. Instead, it will be considerably closer to the bottom, the obtuse part. Let us assume that the central egg yolk represents the Sun and the periphery of the eggshell, the orbit of the planet. If you measure the distance from the periphery of the center of the Sun, in this instance the egg yolk, you will have the following results. The center of the Sun is closest to the periphery at the lowest part. At the girth, the distance is at a middle distance, whereas at the upper tip, the distance is the greatest from the center of the Sun. The same applies to the orbit of Saturn around the Sun. When Saturn is at the lowest point, the distance to the Sun is only 187,719,120 geographic miles. Note 1. 1 geographic mile equals 7.420 kilometers. An Austrian mile equals 7.586 kilometers. When Saturn's orbit is at about the girth, the distance is already 198,984,136 geographic miles. And at the top of the distance from the center of the Sun is 210,249,152 geographic miles. And the latter distance is, of course, the greatest from the Sun. These distances are not measured from the Earth, but from the Sun. The distance of the Earth in relationship to Saturn can vary tremendously, even to the extent that these 2 celestial bodies could be closer to each other by 1 million geographic miles. And then again, they could be farther apart by 1 million geographic miles. when it should happen that both these planets are on one and the same side from the Sun, then both planets are in the proximity to the Sun. In this position, they are much closer to each other's proximity than when they are in opposition, where it can occur that Saturn is the farthest from the Sun, whereas the Earth on the opposite side could be closest to the Sun. When that occurs, the difference is not only 1 million, but often 2 to 3 million geographic miles. The reason why exact distances cannot be given is that not one planet orbits always in exactly the same distance from the Sun. Instead, in one year the planet distances itself, while in another year it comes closer to the Sun, and the greater or lesser distance determines the temperature differences. And you can be assured that, of 77 orbits, not even 2 orbits as far as the distance from the Sun is concerned are completely the same. Since we have completed the distances, we will now determine the diameter of Saturn, as well as the circumference, its surface in square miles, and its content in cubic miles. The diameter of Saturn is 17,263 geographic miles. The Earth, in comparison, is only 1,719 geographic miles. This will give you an idea by how much Saturn is larger. Saturn's circumference is 54,515 geographic miles. The surface is 936,530,820 square geographic miles. The cubic content of Saturn is 2,757,547,946,775 cubic geographic miles. Therefore Saturn is approximately 1,037 times larger than Earth. For one orbit around the Sun, Saturn requires 29 years, 164 to 166 days, 2 hours and 2 seconds. Everything which can be counted as far as Saturn itself is concerned has been determined. Since Saturn is surrounded by a double ring, this must also be more closely determined in the form of numbers. The diameter of the entire ring is 40,006 geographic miles. Since the ring actually consists of 2 rings, the distance from the surface of the inner ring to the inner surface of the outer ring is 545 geographic miles. The diameter of the outer ring, that is, from the outside to the inside, is 1,350 geographic miles. And the diameter of the inner ring, measured in the same manner, is 3,850 geographic miles, since the outer ring as well as the inner ring are elliptical, oviform. That is, if you cut through the ring, it has the shape of an egg. The diameter of the outer ring at the girth is 130 geographic miles. The inner ring has within itself 3 semi-divides, each of which is 20 to 30 geographic miles. These divides are called semi-divides because they do not divide the entire second ring completely, the way the outer ring is separated from the inner ring. These 3 semi-divides are filled with nothing but oviform spheres, which have a diameter large enough to enable these spheres to form only one ring. However, there is a space where these divides are, It goes inward like an arched-in pyramid, from below upwards and from above downwards, through the entire ring. These strings of spheres in these three semi-divides have caused many keen-sighted astronomers to assume that this ring is composed merely of many moons, because through a telescope it has the appearance of a rosary. But this is not the case. Instead, they are merely many small spheres. As far as further details in regards to the structure of the ring is concerned, these will be explained later on. Now we will take a brief look at the moons of this planet. Seven moons of various sizes orbit Saturn. They orbit at different distances from Saturn. Note 1. According to the current scientific paradigm, there are 10 moons orbiting Saturn. However, 3 of them are actually asteroids. The first moon, which is the closest and at the same time the smallest of the moons, is only 120 geographic miles in diameter, and the distance from Saturn is 28,840 geographic miles. This distance is the mean distance. The second moon has a diameter of 240 geographic miles and is at a distance of 40,516 geographic miles from Saturn. The third moon has a diameter of 666 geographic miles and is at a distance of 60,500 geographic miles from Saturn. The fourth moon has a diameter of 699 geographic miles and is at a distance of 87,920 geographic miles from Saturn. The fifth moon has a diameter of 764 geographic miles and is at a distance of 190,000 geographic miles from Saturn. The sixth moon has a diameter of 900 geographic miles and is at a distance of 277,880 geographic miles from Saturn. The seventh moon has a diameter of 1,120 geographic miles and is at a distance of 360,920 geographic miles from Saturn. From the information which you have been given so far, you may conclude that this celestial body, by virtue of its size, its different structure, and also by virtue of its 7 moons, plays an important role in the realms of creation. Because the more artfully a mechanic constructs his work, the more multifarious must be the purpose of such a work. And just like the mechanic who has incorporated various determinations in an artful work in order to attain various purposes, I, as the greatest mechanic in the universe, would not place such a celestial body so artfully into the vastness of space without a great significant purpose. Since I consider even the smallest particle of solar dust to be significant, how much more important must a celestial body such as this great planet be? I did not create it to be a mere toy. As a consequence of this revelation regarding this celestial body, you will be taught its purpose from such a sublime aspect that it will rob you of your breath. You were already surprised and experienced certain emotions when I revealed the moon. Note 1. This information can be found in Earth and Moon by Jakob Lorber. But how will you react when you travel to this celestial body with me for a little while? All I can say is that you will experience great things, therefore, prepare yourself. You will hardly believe what you will see. Whenever I reveal such great things, the only beings that belong are beings who have a big heart in order to comprehend and honor this greatness. Once you have received all the information about this celestial body, insofar as it is possible for you to comprehend, then you will begin to appreciate the meaning of the verse in the Bible which states, "Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him." No human eye has seen, no human ear has heard, and never has it entered into a man's heart or mind, that which God has prepared for those that love him. Whoever receives something from me will always receive the highest gift of heaven, because I am the highest of all in heaven, in the universe, and in all worlds. And should I reveal to you heaven or hell, one as well as the other will at all times contribute to your blissfulness. Whatever my word may imply, it is alive throughout, and makes the one who receives it and accepts it in all love, gratitude, humility, and in living belief, eternally alive, and thereby already within me, here as well as in the beyond, and through this preference, extremely blissful. Chapter 2. The water-rich surface of Saturn, the continental islands, great glacial zones at the poles, the mild and pure central zone, intense light atmosphere, light and temperature conditions, Saturn's ring as a regulator and reflector, the splendor of the starry sky. Since we have been given the required introduction, we can dare and begin to look at the planet itself. Observe Saturn's surface. The greatest part is water. On this planet there is no actual continent, but below the equator there are isolated major islands, which are larger than Europe, Asia, Africa, America, and Australia combined. However, because of Saturn's size, they cannot be considered as continents, but rather as islands, and they are farther apart from each other than Asia and America in the region of the equator on Earth. In between these larger islands, there are, of course, quite a number of smaller islands, which in proportion to the larger islands are the same as the smaller islands compared to the continents on Earth. Towards the poles, this celestial body is covered with permanent ice and snow. This zone begins at 400 latitude earlier than it does on Earth. And what is described on Earth as the moderate temperature zone is a region of snow on Saturn. And what is the frigid zone on Earth is the region of permanent ice on Saturn. The zone which on Earth is tropical is the moderate or pure zone on Saturn, where clouds or fog very seldom form, whereas the two other zones are under permanent fog and cloud. As rough and severe as are the northern and southern snow and ice zones, so bright, mild and pure is the central zone, which is the only inhabitable zone. In this zone there are 77 large islands, of which a medium-sized island is larger than the Americas. And each of these islands is, in its formation as well as in its products, more varied by far than Lapland is from the most southern tropical countries on Earth. You will probably think that Saturn, because of its great distance from the Sun, would be fairly dark, and that the temperature would not be too warm even at the equator. If you think that way, you are in error, because this planet has its own light, which is proportionately stronger to the same degree as it is larger than Earth. This planet is also surrounded by an atmosphere which is 1,000 times larger and farther reaching, with a diameter of almost 100,000 geographic miles, whereas the Earth's atmosphere does not even measure 2,000 geographic miles in diameter, inclusive of the Earth's diameter. Since Saturn's atmosphere has such an extraordinarily large diameter, how many sun rays is this large air sphere capable of absorbing in order to conduct them in a broken line and in a more condensed form to the surface of this planet? This is also why the inhabitants of Saturn see the Sun as being many times larger than do the inhabitants of Earth. And through this, the heat around the equator would be unbearable if it were not tempered by the surrounding ring, which absorbs most of the condensed sun rays and partly makes use of them itself. The remainder it returns to the universe. That is why, through a telescope, the ring appears more illuminated than the planet itself, while its shadow has a very beneficial effect upon Saturn, and through this, the tropical or hot zone becomes a moderate zone. As a result of this ring, there is no night on Saturn in the same manner as there is on Earth. There is, of course, day on the side facing the Sun, but also on the opposite side, because the ring is illuminated on its inner side by the Sun and the powerful light of this ring. In addition, the various orbiting moons often contribute to the illumination of the opposite side. In addition to this actual night light, or to better understand this circumstances, night-day, comes a third light, which is the light of the fixed stars, which, when observed from Saturn, appear to be 10 times stronger because of the planet's pure and far-reaching atmosphere. And hence the stars also give off a light many times stronger than that which Venus, the evening star, does to Earth in its brightest light. Now, transpose yourself in your spirit onto a land in the central zone of this planet, and observe from there the magnificent splendor of the starry sky Truly, even if you were to heighten your imagination to the greatest extent, you would not be able to visualize a millionth part of the splendor which exists there. Because on Saturn, the night is lighter than daytime is on Earth. And under the benevolent shadow of the ring, you never lose sight of the beautiful sun during the day. Especially if you go to the mountains and enjoy the immense view from there. The effect of the starlight below the ring is so multifarious in its blaze of colours that it is impossible for you to imagine. As far as the character of the countries in the central zone is concerned, the mountains and the rivers, the vegetation, the animal kingdom and the human beings, all of this will be revealed to you. But for today, be satisfied with what has been given and contemplate on these matters. You will find that so far you have been given a large portion on which your spirit can and should find good nourishment. Everything else will be given to you in due time, insofar as it is comprehensible to you, and it will be given in the greatest, most unrestrained abundance. You must be very diligent, because you will receive an abundance of information. That is why I say, be diligent. For today, I say Amen. Chapter 3. The land Herifa, the healing mountain Gerp, the sun tree, the rain tree, the hair tree, the broad tree, and the ray tree. Regarding the countries and their character, amongst each other they are, as mentioned in the beginning, diverse in form, internal formation, and even so far as the vegetation and animals, waters, metals, and stones are concerned. Not one country is similar to another in any one respect. The only exception in all the countries of this planet is the human inhabitants and the air that surrounds the planet. Everything else is subject to the greatest diversity. Now we will take a look at a country which on Saturn is called Herifa. This land is larger than Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Mediterranean Sea all together. It is located a little bit above the equator of Saturn, in a slanted position, and has the form of an elongated egg. It is the land with the highest mountains, and on the whole is more mountainous than all the others. The highest mountain is called Gerp by its inhabitants, and according to your earth measurements, is 243,150 feet high. Note 1. As a linear measure, 1 meter equals 3.163 feet. Despite its height, this mountain is covered with grass and fragrant herbs, even at the highest peak. It has gentle slopes throughout, and therefore the inhabitants can easily walk up this mountain, just as on a plateau. The mountain is also, at the same time, the apothecary for all the populace as well as the animals of this country. As already mentioned, you will find here the most fragrant herbs. Therefore, the proper healing herbs are available for whatever ails you. That is also the reason why this mountain and the surrounding area, which together comprise over 100,000 square geographic miles, is the most inhabited part of this country. There are only 10 different species of trees in this country. But these trees are different from those on Earth, because they do not produce fruit only once or twice every year. Instead, they are in constant bloom, as well as producing ripe fruit throughout the year, year after year. Amongst the trees, the sun tree distinguishes itself especially. On Saturn, this tree is called gleyuba. It reaches a height of more than 600 feet. The trunk of this tree quite often has a circumference that 100 human beings from Earth could not encircle. The branches quite often extend about 2,966 feet from the trunk of the tree, according to your calculations and measurements. In order that they do not break on account of their weight, they produce branches of support on the underside, similar to those of the bahahania tree on Earth, which are perpendicular to the ground and which, when fully grown, form the most beautiful colonnade. These supporting branches extend even from the uppermost branches, so that a tree, when fully grown, resembles a small basalt mountain on Earth, though with one difference. Enough space remains between the perpendicular supporting branches that you can reach the trunk of the tree from all sides without any obstacle. One leaf of this sun tree, gleyuba, is large enough to completely cover a coachman with his horse and a large wagon. The colour of the leaf is as blue as the feather of a peacock, and is adorned with the most beautiful markings. It retains its freshness and richness of colour even when it is dry, resembling a ripe leaf when it falls from a tree on Earth, which of course applies on Saturn as well. However, there is a difference on Saturn. Such a tree is never defoliated, because as soon as one ripe leaf falls from the tree, another grows elsewhere. The inhabitants of this area gather these leaves, which are very durable and do not tear easily. That is why they are used for the manufacture of clothing, and very artfully, I might add. This clothing serves the same purpose as your overcoats, but they can also be worn directly on the naked skin, because the leaves are very gentle and soft. The top of the leaf is not as smooth as some of the leaves on your trees. These leaves can be compared to velvet. In the sunlight, these leaves become particularly iridescent, almost like the tail feathers of a peacock. However, the leaves have a much more brilliant shine than feathers. But as long as the leaves of this tree are still young, they look like polished gold, which is covered with a light blue colour. What do the blossoms of the sun tree look like? One could say without hesitation that Solomon, dressed in all his royal splendour, would fade at the sight of this blossom. The blossom of this tree mostly resembles the roses on earth, but with the difference that this rose is not filled with petals. Instead, it forms a wide calyx, similar to bramble blossoms. Every blossom of the sun tree has 30 completely light red petals. Each of these petals is about the size of a large piece of wrapping paper. The edge of each petal has a golden seam, and towards the inside of the calyx, it turns into a darker red. There are 2 filaments, as thick as an arm and 6 feet long, in the center of the calyx. These filaments are transparent and have the appearance of icicles in the winter. Where the anther is typically found in the flowers of earth, these 2 filaments have in its place 2 peculiar flowers which shine like a burning flame. One of these flowers shines greenish in color, whereas the other is red, but it is a lighter red than the color of the flower itself. The flower, or the blossom, disperses an extraordinarily exquisite fragrance. These petals and filaments are also carefully gathered by the inhabitants. The petals are used as a strengthening medicine, whereas the filaments are enjoyed as a particular favorite dish. That is what the blossoms look like. What kind of fruit does the gleyuba produce? It will be a bit difficult to give you a complete understanding of this, since there is nothing on earth with which to compare it. But to have some kind of concept of this fruit, imagine a long hexagonal fire-red stem, as thick as a man's arm, which has many stems at its end. Where this fruit is connected to the branch, there is a big knot which develops into the shape of a stem 18 inches from the stalk. On this stem hangs a knobby fruit, so large that 4 strong men on earth would have trouble carrying it. Inside this knobby fruit is a small, plain pip, green in color and as firm as a stone, approximately the size of a nut on earth. The flesh of this fruit has the taste of bread and almonds sweetened with sugar. All the knobs or gnarls that are present in this fruit are hollow and half filled with a juice which is comparable to the most delicious mead on earth. The color of this juice is yellow, like a good old wine on earth. The color of its flesh is whitish, and the outer rind has a greyish appearance at times, as if it were silver-plated but lustreless. Those who live under this tree are taken care of in regards to all their needs, and do not require any other property or piece of land. Their share of the land is such a tree, which does not wither away or decompose, but continues to grow, more so in breadth than in height. Now the question might arise, if this tree reaches such tremendous heights, how can it be scaled in order to harvest the fruit? Even that is taken care of. The trunk of the tree, as well as every branch, has thorny shoots to the right and left. They almost resemble a pigeon ladder, which allows the people to scale the tree to the very top, as well as to the outermost tips of the branches, without encountering the slightest danger. And if it should happen that someone were to fall, no harm could come to any person on Saturn, since human beings and animals on this planet can sustain themselves in the air for a time when in dire need. Therefore, for their amusement, they can jump off the tops of the trees, which the younger generation does quite often. That such a feat is possible on Saturn is easily explained by the fact that the ring, which is at a distance of a few thousand geographic miles, divides the power of the attractive force, gravity, between itself and the planet at a ratio of 1 to 3/5. If, in addition to these weight-lightening circumstances, there is another useful organic condition, then this difference is easily nullified, and a person is placed in a position where he can maintain himself in the air for a longer period of time. Now, we have learned about one species of tree. 9 still remain. The remaining species are not as imposing or as beneficial for the Saturnites. However, these species serve the animals which inhabit this country on Saturn, and they are namely those which resemble the birds on Earth. Particularly notable is the rain tree, which on Saturn is called Briura. Besides the animals, human beings also derive some benefit from this tree. Like the pine tree on Earth, it has only one trunk, which often reaches heights of 240 feet, and it has the diameter of a medium-sized church tower. This tree spreads its branches very far, and almost in the same order as the pine on Earth. Its leaves are like many little whitish-green tubes, from which the purest water continuously drips. That is why the Saturnites build a large storage tank with a diameter of 600 feet around this tree. And it seems that most of these trees stand in the center of a pond. These storage tanks are built, of course, for the purpose of gathering the water which comes in plentiful amounts from the tree, and it is used by the people as well as for the few domesticated animals they keep. Now, you will probably say, is there no spring water on Saturn, and especially in this mountainous area, as in the mountains of Earth? Yes, there are many springs, some of which produce enough water to put your river Mur, note 1, Mur is a river in Styria, Steiermark, Austria, to shame. But this spring water is considered too crude for human consumption, and is therefore not used by human beings. However, as far as the Saturnites are concerned, the tree water is as much as purified and similar to boiled water. That is why they use this tree water for all their water requirements. That is why they say spring water is made only for the animals in the water and in order to water the soil. But for human beings and the nobler animals, the great God created the rain tree so that it produces well-prepared water. This is the second species of tree, which, although in a much less perfect state, grows on Earth intermittently, particularly in tropical countries. Now we will direct our attention to the white hair tree, which the Saturnites call Kiup. This tree has a straight trunk which often reaches a height of 180 feet and is almost perfectly round. It has no branches. Instead, it grows silvery white threads at the top, which form a large bundle because of their abundance. The hair or threads often hang from the top to the middle of the trunk and surround the trunk at a thickness of several fathoms. These trees present a beautiful picture to onlookers, regardless of whether the wind blows or if it is quiet. A forest of these trees appears to be a forest covered with snow. The people carefully gather the threads that fall from this tree, from which they produce a kind of linen out of this material. This material is very elastic, soft, and durable. This is about all which is usable from this tree and benefits the Saturnites. Following this tree, we will be dealing with the broad tree, which on Saturn is called brack. On Earth, there is not one tree which resembles this one. It grows out of the soil like a golden red wall. In the beginning, it looks like a line of round tree trunks, which in time grow so closely and tightly together that they turn into a real wall. A wall like this often has a length of several hundred fathoms and reaches heights of 120 to 150 feet. The wall does not have branches, twigs, or leaves, but the upper edge looks like a bluish-green, thick espalier. The leaves are similar to the leaves of the platane or platanus tree on Earth. In the centre of this espalier, fairly high, pointed little stems grow forth and produce the blossoms and the actual fruit. The fruit is eaten only by birds and not by human beings. It is a kind of reddish long berry. But when the blossoms fall, the people gather them and fill sacks with them, upon which they rest. The reason for this is because of its strengthening effect and fine fragrance. A forest of these trees resembles a large maze, and when the people enter such a forest to gather the blossoms, they mark their path so that they will find their way home again. When such a group of trees is illuminated by the sun, the wall has a very strong reflection, similar to a golden surface. The next tree which I shall describe is the ray tree, called Bruder. This tree is completely yellow in colour, has a straight trunk, and only grows branches and twigs on the left and right side, and always in a straight line. The lower branches have some kind of green stars, which taper off into 6 regular tips. Each tip has a small blue flower, similar to a bellflower on Earth. The flower is followed by reddish fruit, which is similar to a rosehip on Earth. Should you wish to attain a concept of this tree, it looks like a monstrance, but like a giant monstrance. Little or nothing is used from this tree by human beings, except for ornamental purposes for tree-lined avenues. As far as the other trees are concerned, and a few other plants, especially the peculiar species, we will discuss these in detail in the chapters that follow. And for now, I say, Amen. Chapter 4. The funnel tree, the pyramid tree, and the mirror tree. The funnel tree, which on Saturn is called kibra, is the 6th species of tree. The trunk has a diameter of 18 feet and a smooth bluish bark. The trunk has the same diameter at the top as at the bottom, and it reaches a height of 120 feet. At the top grow branches to all sides in a 45-degree angle. These branches are straight and up to 60 feet long. The branches have offshoots sprouting parallel right and left, just like pine trees on earth. And the farther they are from the trunk, the longer and broader they become. The offshoots are actually the branches and the leaves of this tree at the same time. At the end of the branches you will find the blossom and eventually the fruit. Therefore, this kind of tree has no more fruit than it has branches. This tree has a peculiarity before its blossom time. Before the blossom has sprouted, the tree itself begins to burn. It is, however, a cold fire, which resembles a glowworm and rotten wood. There is one distinct difference. This pre-blossom fire is by far lighter than the aforementioned glowworm. At such times, an entire forest of these trees gives the onlooker a spectacular light show. Not all of these trees begin to bloom at the same time. Therefore, the pre-blossom fire comes to some trees sooner and to others later. This fire occurs 7 days before the blossoming and burns continuously. But the colours also change constantly. The result of this is that the light show of the funnel tree throughout the 7 days changes from one primary colour to another, inclusive of all the transitions from one colour to another. In other words, the change occurs through all the 7 primary colours. Now imagine such a blossoming tree. Because not all the branches of this tree begin to blossom on the same day, the pre-blossom fire on one and the same tree is multicoloured. With just a little imagination, you can gather how spectacular such a blossoming, or actually a pre-blossom burning forest must appear to the eye of an onlooker, especially from a higher vantage point. When an entire forest of these funnel trees begins to blossom in this manner. At times, these forests cover an area of several hundred square geographic miles. Following this pre-blossom burn, the peculiar blossom of this tree makes its appearance. I am certain that this blossom would not be tolerated in many countries or states, because a 6 to 12 foot wide tricolour ribbon grows to a length of 12 feet on a 12 to 18 foot long gold yellowish stem, which is thicker than a man's arm. This ribbon has 3 colours of equal width, namely light red, light blue, and snowy white. And as many blossoms as such a tree has, that is how many ribbon flags flutter in the wind. Now you have a small concept of the splendour of the blossoms of this tree. When the blossom time is over, the flags and stems fall from the tree, and the most beautiful specimens are gathered by the inhabitants. Because they lose their splendour when dry, the Saturnites roll the fallen blossoms and foliage, make piles, and as long as they are still fresh and soft, they lie on them to strengthen their limbs. Once they become drier and firmer, they burn them. While they burn, they exude a lovely fragrant smoke, and the silvery white ash provides an excellent fertilizer for the soil. The unattractive parts of these blossoms are left under the tree, where they decompose and thereby fertilize the soil as well. The most magnificent thing about this tree is the fruit that comes into being right after the blossom. The shape of this fruit somewhat resembles the bottle gourd on earth, but with the difference that the neck of the fruit often reaches a length of 24 to 30 feet and has a diameter of 2 feet. The neck turns at the end into a perfect sphere. The head, the diameter of which is anywhere from 9 to 12 feet. The outer rind of this fruit has the appearance of pure polished gold. Again, ask your imagination what the effect of an entire forest of such trees would be in the sunlight. You probably would also like to know what this fruit is used for. The answer is very simple. For the same purpose as you use gourds on earth. Partly to retrieve liquids, water from springs or wells, partly as containers to keep or preserve juices which were pressed out from a variety of plants or fruits. This fruit is gathered as carefully as possible and kept for trade. You might also like to know why this tree has the shape of a funnel. The reason for the funnel shape is that this tree can absorb the sunlight and the electromagnetic fluid more effectively. In the center of the funnel, there is a marrow tube which evaporates actual mist, especially during the night. This mist is for the other vegetation as well as for human beings. If they inhale it, it is somewhat poisonous and destructive if the light of the sun does not disperse it. However, the funnel is structured in such a way that it does not allow any more of this mist to seep through than what the tree requires throughout the night as a form of fructification or pollination. and only until the fruit has reached not quite half of its maturity. Whereupon, by approaching maturity, the marrow tube in the centre of the funnel begins to close, and then the mist is driven regularly to the fruit to inflate the fruit. Through this activity, the funnel contains such nourishing vital air that the Saturnites climb with ladders into these funnels, prepare their beds, and sleep for many nights in these funnels. Behold, that is what is memorable about the funnel tree. Besides the vital air, there is nothing which is fit for human consumption. The seeds, which are similar to pumpkin seeds on earth, are consumed only by domesticated animals. Now we will discuss the seventh species of tree, the pyramid tree, which is called epub. This tree attains the greatest height of all trees on this celestial body, and it has the same attributes as your silver fir, which has a white trunk. The pyramid tree often reaches such heights that on earth there is hardly a mountain which could measure up to it. The epub tree has only one trunk, which at the root level often has a diameter of 480 to 600 feet. The branches start right at the bottom of the trunk and grow in every direction. The lowest branches of a fully grown pyramid tree often have a length of 6,000 feet, and towards the top of the tree, the branches become gradually shorter and shorter, in such a manner that it assumes the shape of a mighty pyramid in the form of a round cone. When compared to this tree, your proud Egyptian pyramids are no more than little snail shells. If it were possible to physically transfer a human being to Saturn, this human being would believe himself to be looking at the highest mountains. This tree belongs to the species of conifers. Its leaves resemble, though of course on a larger scale, the needles of a pine tree on earth, and the colour is not green but blue. The usefulness of this tree regarding the purification of the air and filling the air with vital substances is so extraordinary that the healing power from the treetops and branches of this tree even reaches earth. The balsamic fragrant conifers on earth receive their ethereal substances from the pyramid trees on Saturn. These trees are also carefully planted everywhere, which is easily done by taking a sprig from this tree and planting it somewhere in good soil. Soon it begins to grow, and in a few Saturn years is already grown into a stately tree. It can reach an age of several hundred Saturn years. When after this time such a tree withers, the roots begin to decay first, and the tree consumes itself even to the uppermost tops. Wherever such a tree has decayed and consumed itself, the inhabitants will spread a meagre soil, where in a few years this soil becomes very fertile and will be prepared for the cultivation of their juice herbs. Even here, you can employ the aid of your imagination to view several of these trees, and the result will be that the size of planet Earth will begin to diminish from what you assumed it to be. You now know the most important details about this tree. Therefore, we shall direct our attention to the 8th species, which for you earth dwellers must truly be a highly peculiar tree. You will not find anything like it on earth. The 8th species of tree is the remarkable glass or mirror tree called ubra. This tree has an actual square trunk, which is as translucent as green glass on earth. The trunk tapers off with the height. The tree itself reaches a height of 120 to 180 feet and has no branches throughout. More than half of the trunk of the glass or mirror tree is just like a species of cacti on earth, adorned with large hanging flowers, which have almost the same shape as lilies on earth, only much larger, and with the difference that on Saturn every petal of the flowers is a different colour and has a total of 10 petals. After half a year, the blossoms begin to wither, and a very peculiar kind of fruit begins to grow on a crystalline knobby stem. In the beginning, this fruit consists of nothing but a translucent water pouch, which gradually becomes larger and larger. When this fruit ripens, it resembles a balloon, which is 6 to 9 feet in diameter. When this fruit reaches its first stage of ripening, the liquid in the pouch begins to condense to such an extent that the pouch shrinks and peels itself off little by little from the condensed liquid. The condensed liquid falls to the ground from the tree with the stem. That is when the Saturnites gather this solidified juice. They cut this fruit evenly, and the result is that they obtain square plates, which they use as mirrors. This tree is of no further use other than for adornment in their gardens, because if a row of these trees is planted, it forms a magnificent avenue of splendor. The reason the inhabitants of Saturn prefer to plant this tree is because, like the pyramid tree, it is easily planted, but it cannot be propagated with a sprig. Since this tree has no branches, it is instead planted with seeds, which are contained not in the fruit but in the blossom. The reason for the translucency is that its entire organism consists of square tubes, through which the useful liquid rises. If the organs were round, not one ray would be able to penetrate, because the ray would be refracted too often. Whereas, in this square form, the ray experiences a much lesser refraction and can therefore penetrate almost without any hindrance. And because all the trees on Saturn, and by preference in this particular country, have a completely smooth and polished bark, the surface of this particular tree shines like mirrored glass on earth, so that any passerby can see his reflection from head to toe on the trunk of this tree. This explanation covers the details of the 8th species of tree. Allow your imagination to roam in this respect, and it will not be difficult for you to understand how I, the Creator, have the ability to adorn a world without cities and palaces built by human hands. This is the information for today. We will discuss the other species of trees in the chapters that follow. Amen. Chapter 5. The hodgepodge tree, the fire tree and oil bush, the physical form of human beings on Saturn, their real property and domesticated animals. Tree number 9 in the series of trees that grow on Saturn is the ahahaki. The name of this tree is difficult to translate into any language spoken on Earth, because on the entire Earth you would not easily find anything from which you could compose a suitable name for this tree. The only solution would be to call it the hodgepodge tree. The height of this tree is approximately 96 feet. Its basic trunk also has a circumference of 96 feet. From this trunk, a great number of branches grow in all directions, of which the longest reaches a length of 60 feet. From the point where these branches begin to expand or spread, 3 trunks rise straight up in the proper order. These trunks often reach heights of 72 to 90 feet. At the end of these trunks grow branches and twigs in the proper proportions in all directions. On each of these branches and twigs rise again 3 trunks to a height of 60 feet, which again grow branches and twigs in great numbers, which spread and grow in the proper proportions. Above this 3rd crown of the tree, branches again rise straight in the air, with smaller branches and twigs in proportion at the very top. When this tree is fully grown, it has from 7 to 10 such gradations or stages, and in the order that from each trunk 3 new trunks rise up. In its last stages, such a tree represents an actual forest. Now you know why this tree is called the hodgepodge tree. The reason for this name can be given without any difficulty. The understanding, however, is a different matter, because at every stage this tree produces different kinds of fruit, and, as a result, different leaves and flowers. The most remarkable or peculiar thing about this tree, and at the same time the most unbelievable, is that it produces the same kinds of fruits only every 10 years. Because from one year to the next, the tree changes its fruit. And no one knows what kind of fruit the tree will produce next. And with the change of fruit, the leaves and blossoms change as well. When several of these trees are in one area, not one fruit matches the fruit of the other tree. So that the Saturnites can at all times enjoy all the fruit this tree produces. They plant 10 of these trees, one every year. And whoever has 10 of these trees on his property has all the products this tree produces. Because each tree bears different fruit and changes its fruit every year until the 10th year, and then begins again with the fruit of 10 years ago. However, since each tree is different from year to year, it can happen that the first tree produces an entirely new fruit in the second year, but the tree that was planted next may produce the same fruits that the first tree produced in the first year. And when the first tree produces in the third year again another kind of fruit, then the second tree produces in the third year what the first tree produced in the second year. The third tree produces the same fruit which the first tree produced in the first year, and the second tree in the second year. And that is how this order progresses. Should one of the trees wither, then another 10 are planted diagonally to the old tree, in order that all the fruit is available year after year, and not any one fruit is missing. Furthermore, the fruit of this tree is in an order whereby the largest and heaviest fruit is naturally found at the lower level of the tree. And in that progression, the fruit becomes smaller and lighter as it reaches the top of the tree. The nature of each fruit of this tree and how this fruit is used by the people of Saturn cannot be described in its fullest detail, because it would require hundreds of pages if done properly. But in general, it can be said that this tree is, in the noblest sense, a representative of all those tree fruits that grow in your moderate climate on earth, and which contain in their centre one or several well-developed seeds. For example, the lowest level would produce one year only apples, the second year only pears, the third year only plums, the fourth year only peaches, the fifth year only apricots, and so on. The higher levels of the tree produce similar fruits, but at a much more highly developed or ennobled state, also having an entirely different shape and a taste that is by far more refined and better. Whereby the fruits at the highest level are actually completely of an entirely ethereal nature, and, as far as the shape and the taste are concerned, bear no resemblance to the lower levels. They are as different in earthly terms as a ripe grape is to an unripe apple. And that is the progression as far as the fruit of this tree is concerned. And if you work a little bit on your imagination, you will probably be able to fill in what we have only touched upon due to lack of time, and that which was not dealt with in detail. Therefore, we will conclude the description of this tree by saying that these fruits are eaten by the Saturnites, and only the fruit from the higher levels, while the fruit of the lower level is used as feed for their domesticated animals. It is, of course, understandable that the fruit on Saturn is 10 times larger than the same fruit on Earth. The bark of this tree resembles the bark of your apple tree, and it is also somewhat rough. But the bark of this tree is not as grey as on Earth, but is dark red, and becomes lighter with every level as you move upwards. And now we shall direct our attention to the last tree in this order, which is the most peculiar in this country. On Saturn, this tree is called Fahira, which in your language means fire tree. This tree has a similarity to what you on Earth call aragonite, as far as its growth is concerned. This tree is almost completely mineral. The round trunk resembles a white marble column with a circumference of 36 feet and a height of 90 to 120 feet. It has the same circumference at the bottom as it has on the top. At the top, the trunk divides, just like a little coral tree, into many different branches and twigs, whose ends are all little tubes. The twigs curve and twist, just like the aforementioned aragonite. This tree does not have any leaves or fruit. Its purpose is strictly that of fire. Its fruit is, therefore, fire, which is usually produced when a part of the country is under the shadow of the ring. On Saturn, time is not determined by seasons such as summer and winter, as it is on Earth, but by the time of the shadow and the time of the light. This tree replaces the lack of sunlight at the time of the shadow through its white light. The roots of this tree are actually all little tubes, which have the capability of attracting the finest natural gas. This gas is driven through the tubes into the outermost twigs, where the gas comes into contact with the atmospheric air, which at the time of the shadow contains a great amount of oxygen, ignites it, and burns until the light of the sun begins to shine again. The sunlight expands the atmospheric air and precipitates the oxygen, through which the fire tree gradually becomes extinguished, and the tree is at rest and will not grow until the time of the shadow sets in again. On Saturn, the time of the shadow extends over a period of half a year, as on planet Earth, the winter season, as calculated by the temperature. This tree begins to grow without seeds, like mushrooms on Earth, but not where the soil is meagre. Instead, it grows where the soil contains the naphtha, and that is where you will most often find the fire tree. The Saturnites also plant this tree by cutting off a twig from the trunk during the time of the shadow and planting it in naphtha-rich soil. The twig will continue to burn, and through this it will grow, as well as growing roots in the soil and branching out above the soil. The fire of this tree is actually not a burning fire. Rather, it warms, or rather, dispenses a warming substance over a certain distance through the effect of very intensive white rays. This is the reason by which this planet is taken care of during the time of the shadow, and is therefore not much colder than it is during the time of actual sunlight. Every family seeks to plant such trees in large numbers around their dwellings and properties, so that they do not lack heat or light during the time of the shadow. Allow your imagination to wander when it comes to the effects of this tree, and you will certainly find that besides its magnificence, the light has a much greater effect than all your gas lights. Note 1. The period referred to here is the 1840s. If you would bring them together in one place on one light tower, indeed, if you would plant just one fire tree on an adjacent hill, not only would it light up entire cities like 10 full moons, but the entire county would enjoy its light. Now imagine many thousands of these trees throughout one country, and how their light would affect this country. If your red, ill-natured firelight invigorates you in the dark night, by how much more would such a soft white light invigorate you? However, these kinds of trees are not intended for Earth, even though in the Orient, namely in some areas of the Caucasus, similar cases occur where nothing else is required but to stick a bulrush or a very porous piece of wood into the ground and ignite it, and it will burn like a torch, without burning the wood or the reed. Though there is one difference. These flames are reddish and extremely hot. This completes the tree nursery for this country, and we can now deal generally with the shrubs. All shrubs that grow on Saturn have the peculiarity that they are not as low as on Earth. Instead, they represent a smaller but, as far as the species are concerned, a very different kind of tree species. In spite of this, even the smallest shrub on Saturn grows taller and is more imposing than the most impressive trees on Earth. In the country which is described here, there are over 12,000 shrubs, which are all different from each other. Every species of bush has its own particular fruit, which is made very little use of except by the many inhabitants of the air. However, one of these shrubs, which is the most plentiful and is cared for by the inhabitants of Saturn, should not be without interest, because it resembles your olive tree completely, again with the difference that this shrub is many times larger. The berries of this tree are so large that, when they are ripe, one berry would produce 1 liter of the finest oil, and if one shrub often brings 20 to 30,000 of these berries on its branches to maturity, this might give you an idea of the rich oil harvest, if you can also imagine that one family often has several thousand of these oil shrubs, or rather oil trees, on its property. Certainly, the family property is not as small as a large farm on earth. It is at times even larger than a whole country. Besides this, the human beings that inhabit Saturn are extremely beautiful as far as their physical shape is concerned. They also taller than you are. A woman's height is anywhere from 80 to 90 feet, and the height of a man is anywhere from 95 to 135 feet. Many of their domesticated animals are created in these proportions. If you take these proportions into consideration from now on, everything that will be said in the proper order about the fruitful vegetation shall be much more understandable. For today, I say Amen. Chapter 6. The herbs and the useful plants of Saturn. Corn, the flowing barrel, and the walking bottle gourd. We have already learned whatever was remarkable in regards to the shrubs. Now we shall turn our attention to the herbs and useful plants of this country. This country is one of the most mountainous on Saturn, and therefore it has the greatest number of useful, wholesome, and curative plants and herbs of all possible species. For example, your field crops such as grains, wheat, barley, etc., do not grow on Saturn. But in place of these, there is a much more cultivated species of grain which somewhat resembles your corn. But this plant grows 20 to 30 times taller than corn on earth. Its leaves are often anywhere from 12 to 21 feet long and 5 to 8 3/4 feet wide. These leaves have a completely sky blue color. The edges are approximately 9 inches wide, trimmed with a light carmine red, whereas the center, which is also 9 inches wide, but tapering off to 1 inch toward the tip of the leaf, is greenish golden. The stem of this plant is as thick at the bottom as a fully grown oak on earth, and has a dark, lusterless, polished golden color, becoming lighter as you proceed higher up the stem. The corolla, which often has branches that spread 6 to 9 feet, looks like a chandelier with the most brilliant, beautifully cut crystals. The reason for this appearance is because everything on Saturn is on a considerably larger scale. Should you view the corn blossom through a good microscope, you will notice almost the same kind of luster, which otherwise looks just like a whitish pollen. On a larger scale, the fruit of this plant resembles a corn cob, though not in taste and usage. On Saturn, the fruit is the best tasting delicacy and can be compared in this respect to a pineapple. When this fruit is ripe, the individual grains can easily be removed and eaten immediately. They are not floury. Instead, they are juicy, like grapes on earth. The weight of one of these berries, in accordance with earth measurements, is usually between 2 and 3 pounds. One cob often holds anywhere from 300 to 500 berries, and one single plant produces 20 to 30 such cobs. This will give you an idea of how rich such a harvest can be. But where do the inhabitants store such a harvest? You have learned about the good containers which the funnel tree provides. That is where the berries are stored, as well as the pressed out juice from the berries. The fruit grows 4 times in 1 year and is extremely healthy and strengthening. The juice invigorates the hearts of the inhabitants of Saturn just as much as, if not more than, the grape and its strengthening nectar on earth. Once the fruit has been harvested, the plant is left in the fields until dry. Then the Saturnites drive their large draft and pack animals onto these fields, where they eat the leaves and the stems remain unharmed. When the inhabitants cut these stems with a special saw, they make big piles all over the fields, and they ignite these piles. This gives the soil the necessary nutrients for the growth and future cultivation of the plants. If this fruit is to thrive, the soil must be moist. But since it very seldom rains, and since there is no dew in this moderate climate, as elsewhere all over the entire planet, wherever the moderate climate is predominant, and since springs are not plentiful in the countryside, what can the inhabitants do? How do they irrigate such fields? These fields usually cover an area of 30 to 40 square geographic miles. Behold, I, the Creator, solved this problem with another plant which takes care of the irrigation. This plant is planted amongst these useful plants. This plant is called the flowing barrel, and it has a great resemblance to the common gourd on earth. But on Saturn, these gourds reach such a size and height that even a Saturnite has difficulty looking past them. The plant itself often grows several thousand fathoms far and wide on the ground and is 6 feet thick. It proceeds from its root, having hundreds of shoots in all directions. The leaves resemble those of the pumpkin plant on earth, but they are several 100 times larger, and the colour is not green, but violet blue in its entirety. These leaves have markings like silvery white stars, which cover the entire leaf. The stem of the leaf is 12 to 18 feet long, round, and several fathoms in diameter. The inside of the stem is hollow. In the walls of the stem, there are many thousands of tubes in the direction of the leaf. They nourish the leaf with a sweet juice. Part of this liquid drips from the many pores on the underside of the tips of the leaf to the ground below, and moistens the soil in this manner, like a steady light rain. However, the main irrigation function of the plant is accomplished by its actual fruit. As soon as this fruit is half ripe, at night it opens its pores on the surface, and also little tubes that protrude on the surface for this particular purpose, through which a sweet clear liquid is forced and spreads like a fountain, and the soil receives in this manner a regular and sufficient irrigation every night. Now the question might arise, from whence does the fruit attain this water? The answer is that this plant is a true artesian water well driller. It drives its roots far and deep downwards until it somewhere finds a subterranean well. There it draws the water it has found upwards with the greatest diligence, and then conducts it through the best water pipes, completely purified, into all directions of its outer and fast-growing and extending area. Do the inhabitants of Saturn use this fruit for any purpose other than the irrigation of the fields? Yes, they use this fruit when it has fully ripened. They cut it lengthwise, right through the middle. The seeds and flesh of the gourd are removed. The seeds are kept and used for future planting, and the flesh of the gourd is used for feeding the cows, sheep, and goats on Saturn. The skin or peel of the gourd, which is 6 feet thick, is dried, through which it attains a great firmness. Once it is completely dry, the bottom half of this fruit is commonly used as a kind of water vehicle, whereas the top half, which is porous and has many tubes, is used in the most simple manner as a kind of wagon. A hole is drilled in the middle of both walls, and through these holes a strong and well-prepared axle is placed, and at each end a wheel is mounted. Another hole is drilled in the front, through which a tow bar is placed, leading to the axle, where it is secured with a nail, and a crossbeam is mounted at the front of the tow bar. In this manner, the wagon is almost ready for use, except for the wheels. These wheels do not have to be fashioned by human hands. They are fashioned by the art of nature, namely, from this same plant. Nothing more is required other than the perfectly rounded stem of this gourd, from which the wheels are cut off with a saw. They measure usually from 18 to 24 feet in diameter, and some of these wheels have a diameter of 30 to 36 feet. This completes the work on this wagon. All that remains to be done is to tie an ox to the crossbeam, or, for faster transportation, a draft dog or draft elk, and this wagon is ready for use. This wagon easily accommodates 4 Saturnites. This kind of wagon is only used as a lighter vehicle. Of course, the Saturnites have much heavier and larger wagons, which they artfully build out of wood, and just like yours on Earth, they are diligently outfitted with pliant and sturdy metal fittings. This metal somewhat resembles your iron. However, it is purer, longer lasting, and does not rust. It always retains a luster like gold on the surface. The colour of this metal is like platinum, which is a mixture of pure gold and pure iron. On Earth, a chemist would hardly succeed, following chemical procedures, in preparing or producing such a mixture. Now that we have learned about these two plants, we shall direct our attention to another, which is very amusing and at the same time very useful. No one on earth has ever heard of such a plant, and there is no plant on earth which resembles it in the slightest. For the so-called walking leaf, note 1, Phaeum, a genus of orthopterous insects, part of the Phasmida family, of South America, is actually an animal rather than a plant. The plant on Saturn, which we are discussing, is an actual walking plant, even though it moves from place to place like an animal. The motive force lies in its root, which has the form of a misshapen human foot, though of course it does not have any developed toes or a heel or anything else resembling part of a human foot. The whole thing is 60 feet long, and a rootstock bent in a right angle, which has a large number of roots on all sides, which catch like tentacles and suction roots. These roots cling everywhere, like the tendrils of a vine, though with one difference. These roots only remain in one place as long as they can find sufficient nourishment. Once they have taken all the moisture out of the ground, they extricate themselves from the soil and stretch farther out forward and move along the ground until they find another moist place. There they diligently drill into the ground and entwine the moist layers of earth and other herbs and grasses. Through this entwining, they draw the entire plant with them. Through the activity of the foot roots, a plant of this kind travels quite a number of geographic miles in the course of a year, in accordance with earthly measurements. What does this plant actually look like? The plant has a stem that is 24 to 30 feet in height, and the branches and twigs begin to grow from this stem at a height of 6 feet from the ground. Some of these branches grow downward in all directions to the ground, and, in this manner, they support the plant from toppling over. These branches are usually bare of leaves. Only the ones that grow upwards in multifarious curvatures from the stem produce leaves, blossoms, and fruit. To some extent, this plant also resembles your grapevines, though the leaves are considerably larger and of a light blue colour, and their undersides are covered with little red warts. The fruit resembles the species of grape which you call geistut, except that the colour is not blue, but as yellow as an orange and partly translucent, like green grapes. There is also a difference in the size of these grape berries. Most of them produce 1 litre of pure juice, and one cluster usually contains 50 to 100 berries, and most plants produce from 10 to 20 of these clusters. The taste of this fruit is similar to that of muscatel grapes when they are completely ripe. This is the most peculiar plant on Saturn. It has a great advantage because it does not require any cultivation or labour. This plant looks after its own needs, so that amongst the inhabitants of this planet there will be no disputes about property rights regarding this very popular plant, if it should happen to enter a neighbour's property. Property rights are strictly enforced on Saturn. For this reason, the inhabitants grow this plant mostly in the centre of their property or around the rain trees. When this plant is grown around the rain trees, it remains there and does not move, because the roots are sufficiently supplied with nourishment. And should these plants be forced to move for one reason or another, they will not enter a neighbour's property right away, because it would be difficult on account of the distance to cross over from the centre of such a property to a neighbour's property. As I mentioned before, these properties are often double the size of some countries on earth. The juice of these berries is used by the Saturnites for the same purpose as you would do on earth. This juice is of course much stronger than the juice which I mentioned before, nor is it kept in the same containers as the other juice. Rather, it is stored in a container, which is a fruit bottle especially suitable for this kind of juice. It also somewhat resembles the gourd bottle. However, this fruit bottle is considerably larger than the usual wine barrels, the so-called Heidelberg wine barrels. Once such a gourd bottle is fully grown, it can easily contain 1,000 of your pails. These fruit bottles are extremely solid. The walls have a thickness of 3 to 6 feet. Once these containers are completely cleaned out, which is done by a Saturn animal, it is ready for use. In the following chapters, I, the Creator, will describe more of these peculiar plants and herbs. Therefore, for today, I say, Amen. Chapter 7. Saturn's wealth in the vegetable kingdom. Saturn's primary colour, blue. Aromatic healing herbs. The gold shrub, metal plants, blue grass. Form-changing meadow flowers. Fragrant algae moss. Saturn's mountains and plains. We have already learned about some of the more useful plants. We shall deal with the other plants in a more general sense, because if we were to discuss every peculiar plant on Saturn in detail, it would take too much time and would not serve the intended purpose. especially if you take into consideration that we would have to visit another 76 of these large countries, as well as several hundred smaller islands, and the entire tremendously large southern and northern areas, which are covered with ice. Then the many even larger countries of the Ring, and also the 7 moons. Therefore, we can only touch on that which is most peculiar, and we shall have to bypass everything else, and only make mention of those which bear some resemblance to the products of earth. Hereford, the country we have been dealing with, has countless species of plants which partly resemble those which grow on earth. But on the other hand, there are many species which bear no resemblance at all to any on earth. And then again, there are also plants which are native only to Saturn and exist nowhere else. Regarding the plants which resemble those of Earth, the principal difference is that the plants of Saturn generally surpass your Earth plants by hundreds of times in size and growth. Because of their size, you can see their entire magnificence with the naked eye, whereas on Earth you have to employ a microscope. The second difference is the colour. On Saturn, green is mostly replaced by a fresh and cheerful blue in all its hues, similar to America, where some plants are more blue than green, and the green itself is closer to a blue than a yellow. Yellow is actually the colour which is most distant from the colour of life. A third difference is that the blossoms of these plants are considerably larger and more plentiful, and their colour meld is enhanced by something that looks like a polished metallic base which shines through. Comparing the fruit of the plants on Saturn with those on Earth, a single kernel of corn on Saturn is the size of 100 or at times even 1,000 of those on Earth. Furthermore, a plant produces 10 or even 100 times the number of kernels. This high yield is necessary because on Saturn, half a harvest year corresponds to 15 years on Earth. This is also why a 10-year-old Saturn child would be almost 300 Earth years of age. These are the essential differences of those plants which, on a smaller scale, also grow on Earth. If you want to awaken your fantasy, look at such a plant on Earth and imagine all the parts of the plant to be 100 times larger in size. In addition, imagine it with the colours that such a plant has on Saturn, as well as with all the other splendours this plant possesses when viewed through a microscope. When you approach it in this manner, you will have an idea of the vegetation on Saturn. In the higher mountain regions of Saturn grow extraordinary healing herbs. Their ethereal aromatic healing powers are so enormous and far-reaching that not only do they keep the Saturnites in the best of health, but their healing effects reach distances of more than 1,000 million geographic miles through the ether, so that, for example, by preference, the elder bush, juniper trees and bushes, Juniperus communis, and also those healing herbs with spines, note 1, hawthorn, thistles, etc., receive a significant amount of their ethereal healing aroma from the plants on Saturn. There is one species of mountain herb on Saturn which I should explain in more detail. This herb is known by the name of Helatharinaga, which, when translated, means the thousand-leaf gold shrub. This shrub grows directly on bare rock, and the stem reaches heights of 18 to 24 feet. On the stem, about 1,000 light red leaves wind around the shrub in a spiral form. Their shape is a longish oviform ovate, and usually 5 to 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. From the edges of these leaves protrude 9-inch long tips, so that from the stem of the leaf to the end of the leaf there are 100 of these tips. Therefore, a leaf has 100 of these tips on each side for a total of 200. These tips have a dark blue colour, which becomes lighter towards the spine tip. This spine, which is the longest in the centre, has at its very tip a bundle of spines which are as red as the leaf itself. The upper side of the leaf resembles red-hot iron or burning coal that is set ablaze with a bellows. And these leaves actually produce such a fiery brilliance. The underside of the leaf is adorned with 4.5-inch long hair, which produces all the colours of the rainbow from the leaf. And, even at some distance, you will discover a glistening rainbow under every leaf. The closer you approach to these leaves, the more the splendour of this rainbow increases, because the iridescence becomes more concentrated to the eye. The stem or stalk of the plant looks like a matte polished gold and rises, usually by 3 feet, above the sphere of leaves, upon which there are several efflorescent blossoms, and upon which new buds continuously regrow. The blossom has nothing in common with any flower on earth. Its shape is like a red gold sphere with a circumference of 3 feet, to which well-shaped human arms are attached, and on every arm, instead of 5 fingers of different sizes, there are 10 spine rays in a colour similar to gold. It has an appearance almost as if someone were painting an outstretched hand and, instead of painting a finger, he painted half a sun emanating 10 rays. There are 5 flower petals around one flower bud, which grows in a straight line from the girth of this spear bud so that half of the sphere is located in the calyx. In the center of this half sphere protrude two stamens, one of which has a thickness of half a male human arm, whereas the other has a diameter of only 1 inch. The thinner one is female and the other is male. The female is white in colour, whereas the male is pink. Both filaments extend 3 feet past the calyx and hang downwards towards the ground, but not touching the ground. At the end of the female stamen, there is a backwards bent funnel, note 1, stigma, upon which the male stamen, with its orifice, note 2, similar to an anther, bends down too. The male stamen will from time to time drop a fragrant liquid into the funnel of the female stamen, note 3, stigma. This is actual pollination or copulation of this flower. The female stamen absorbs the liquid into itself and, through this, bears the extremely powerful seeds of this plant, while the male stamen receives this ethereal liquid from the flower petals, and the flower petals receive the liquid from the leaves of the stem. The colour of the blossom is white. Of course, that makes every flower petal white, even whiter than the white of your lilies. The collar disc at the end of the flower petals look like a polished ruby, which is somewhat toothed, similar to a flat hand at the end of an arm. The rays, however, are like translucent gold. This flower, or rather this healing herb, blooms and grows throughout the year, and is therefore available at all times. When here and there one is picked by the inhabitants, a new one grows in its place. When this plant is in full bloom, it disperses a fragrance you cannot imagine, since nothing on earth comes close to it. The fragrance of your rose is pitiful by comparison. If this healing herb, when in full bloom, would grow but once on earth, its intense, extraordinary fragrance could satiate a whole country, such as Styria, with the most beautiful fragrance. Were this not the case, then how could the aromatic healing power of such a plant reach the distant mountains of other planets? That this is true can be confirmed by a person who has medial powers, and if such a person interacts astrally with this planet, he or she will tell you without reserve that the effects of this healing herb on this far-off planet can be perceived as very beneficial. The inhabitants of Saturn protect this plant very carefully, and they gather or pick it very rarely, because the strengthening effect of this plant is primarily in the air which surrounds these plants. Only when such a plant reaches a ripe old age and is close to withering away, when the hairs on the leaves start to turn whitish, Then it happens that the stem is carefully cut off, and the seeds are sown on the rocks. The seeds of this flower are very small and resemble a fragrant dust more than seeds. This dust is drawn in by the pores of the rock, and such a plant grows out of it here and there. There is one more thing we must touch upon, and that is how such a plant takes root on a bare rock. The manner in which this occurs is that the plant spreads its roots all over the rock, similar to the stone liverwort on earth. From the larger roots that spread all over, countless fine fibre-like roots drill into the pores of the rock and hold the stem of this plant firmly so that no human being is able to tear it from the rock. The question now arises, what do these roots draw out of this dry, hard rock? The answer is simple. They draw a kind of stone oil. How do they extract it from the rock? This occurs through an inherent power, which is their own smelting fire, and it makes itself known in little electric sparks, which are invisible to the naked eye. However, the roots have enough power to dissolve the bordering atoms of the stone into an ethereal oil, which is immediately absorbed by the roots and is led more and more purified into the stalk, into the leaves and flower petals, and eventually into the ethereal seeds. These are the most essential points that you should know about this highly peculiar plant of this celestial body. Even here, let your fantasy roam for a moment, and if you follow the description of this flower, you will be able to imagine it and enjoy it in your spirit and become enchanted by its healing power and splendor. Of course, this is not the only healing herb or plant. There are many different plants which have healing and beneficial effects, and which transmit these effects ethereally to regions on other planets. Especially noteworthy are the metal plants. On Saturn they are known as kibri. Through this species of plant, the Saturnites acquire the purest and all the various kinds of metals, without the need of any chemical smelting or purification process. These metal plants come forth in the different areas of the mountains in the most magnificent forms. On Earth there are plants which also contain metal. But nowhere will you find an earth plant where the roots, stalks and leaves are completely pure metal. You may be able to artificially produce something similar when you take a piece of zinc and place it in dissolved lead, and in a short time the so-called Saturn tree will form. It is also called a lead tree. Whatever requires a great effort on earth can only be accomplished artificially and under the most one-sided, most tedious and poorest of circumstances, the creative power of nature works in a wide, rich and great manner on Saturn, free and without the slightest help from human science. That is why the ancient sages called the planet Saturnus. Saturnus in your language means as much as a satiated star. It also means satiation in all fundamental languages. Behold, that is how things thrive on this planet, which is a richly blessed celestial body in every respect. When you compare the growth of grass on Earth to Saturn, the growth on Saturn is luxuriant and larger in size. The colour of the grass is blue throughout, but passing over into a violet colour. The seed stalk or funicule, which often reaches a height of 12 feet above the ground, is mostly a dazzling white and sporadically greenish. The spikes on the stalks are mostly a light green colour. In accordance with the variety of species of grasses, there is an extraordinary difference in the formation of the spikes, as well as in the colour and shape of the leaves. The meadows are an absolute treasure of the greatest variety, with the most magnificent species of flowers. An enthusiastic botanist could not count all the species of flowers on 1 square geographic mile of meadow in 50 years. Especially peculiar on Saturn is the breeden. This is a species of meadow flower which changes its shape 10 times in 1 year. Because as often as Saturn's highest moon has completed its course, and the other moons have done the same several times. That is how often this plant changes its shape. It only takes its original shape when all the moons assume their original position. This occurs approximately 10 times in 1 Saturn year. That is why they were given a name that means moonflowers. Besides all the different species of grasses and meadow flowers, what is noteworthy on this planet are the many species of alpine moss. On Saturn they are called turbi. They literally gild a treeless mountain height so magnificently that you can scarcely look at it when it is illuminated by the sunlight. This moss grows extraordinarily close together in different varieties, approximately 30 inches high above the Rocky Mountain ground. It appears throughout like an iridescent golden sandy carpet, accompanied by the most fragrant alpine scents. In these mountains, the alpine mountaineer continuously finds himself in a very fragrant air, as if one were to enter a forest of balsam trees in the Orient in Lebanon when they are in bloom. Anyone harvesting these blossoms feels as if he were in the entrance halls of heaven. We have already mentioned the heights of the mountains on Saturn. There is one more thing which should also be mentioned. Even the highest peaks are capable of growing some kind of vegetation, which is not possible on Earth because of the necessary low air level. Also, the mountains on Saturn do not have such steep inclines, but rise like regular pyramids. Also, they do not form unbroken rows or chains, but rise above the lowland like a meadow upon which you have piled cut grass into haystacks. And these mountains become higher and higher towards the centre of the country or island. If someone were to climb the highest of these mountains in the centre of such a country, he would easily be able to look over all the other mountains. Now and again you find rock formations in these mountains, but they are not as ragged as on Earth. They rise on the side of a mountain in a juxtaposition like sugar loaves, some of which reach heights of anywhere from 30,000 to over 100,000 feet. However, a fully grown pyramid tree will put this rock formation to shame, because the tops of the pyramid trees reach heights higher than the peaks of these mountains. Now you can compare, from the information you have received, the height of a pyramid tree with the height of the mountains, and you will realize why this tree should be called a growing mountain rather than a tree. This land Hereford is the most mountainous country on Saturn, but it is also the country with the most vast plains, which are traversed in all directions by the most beautiful, quiet, flowing rivers, which empty into the great Saturnian ocean. In the chapters that follow, we will discuss what kind of vegetation grows on the banks of these rivers or streams, and how they are otherwise utilized. But for today, I say Amen. Chapter 8. The Ship Plant. Chayaba. We have already discussed the plants of this country, and the various trees and shrubbery. But before we turn our attention to the rivers and lakes, it will be necessary to learn about the plants which grow everywhere on the banks of these rivers and lakes. Just like the reeds, bulrushes, and various water plants on Earth. We shall now discuss the ship plant, which on Saturn is known as Chayaba. On Saturn, this plant belongs to the species of trailing vines, and therefore to the species of pumpkin. But there is one difference. It forms jointed sections wherever the stalk grows continuously over the surface of the ground, and at this section a large number of white roots grow into the ground, and in this manner draw new liquids and nourishment from the soil. They become more vigorous and are able to spread farther, especially along the banks of rivers and lakes. What does this plant look like? What kind of fruit does it bear, and for what purpose? When it emerges from the soil, this plant looks like a shoot, almost like a reed on earth, one which you would use as stucco work or as a building material for your houses. The stalk grows to a height of 90 to 120 feet, like a green golden pole without any leaves. At the end of this pole, the plant has a blue bud, which opens up gradually into a peculiar kind of blossom, just as if you were to attach 10 white and light red flags to the top of a round pole. These flags are attached to 12-foot whitish-yellow straight long stems, from which they unroll, and when they are fully grown, they are 24 to 30 feet long, and hang and flutter from these stems. The blossom, which grows from these long stems, is structured in such a way that it could also be considered a fruit, one which does not wither, but instead remains for years firm and permanent. The pole, which is actually the stalk, usually has a diameter of 30 to 90 inches at the bottom. The inside of the stalk is hollow. However, it has the firmness of metal. Once the stalk has reached half its maturity, shoots come forth at the roots, which swiftly and luxuriantly begin to meander on the ground. These shoots also have a golden green colour, only slightly lighter. These round shoots grow high stems with large broad leaves at the joint of every section. This stem is greenish blue, round and hollow, and has a length of approximately 12 to 18 feet. The leaf is an obtuse ovate and has a length of 30 feet and a width of 18 feet. The leaf is red as the most beautiful roses on earth. The edge is approximately 60 inches wide and has the colour of the most beautiful light rainbow. Its surface shines like polished gold, and the edges shine in majestic splendour. The underside is completely dark blue and covered with 9-inch long hair that has the appearance of the most beautiful silk, and which resembles in colour the most purified indigo on earth, only slightly lighter. The petiole of the leaf is greenish gold, as if you were to cover polished gold with a thin layer of green. The petiole is smooth and has a diameter of 30 to 60 inches at the stem. Where the petiole projects from the stalk, it is surrounded by a kind of pointed crown, only that there are several tips, and they are rounded at the ends, and are a dazzling white colour. At approximately the third section, a peculiar blossom grows on a long and strong pedicel. This blossom resembles a large bell. At the outer edge, the open end, this blossom has a diameter of 24 to 30 feet, whereas at the pedicel, the closed end, it has a diameter of 6 to 9 feet. This flower is perfectly rounded in all its parts, as if it were made by a lathe. It differs in only one respect from the shape of a bell, in that its wide brim is trimmed upwards with 9-inch long tips, which are joined together in a comb-like manner at regular intervals. The blossom's colour is a light yellow, and the tips are bright red. From the centre of this bell calyx emerges a dazzling white column, 2 times higher than the bell blossom plus the tips. In other words, it grows beyond the brim. This column is the male reproductive organ, the stamen, and the tips at the brim are actually the pistils of this blossom. When the stamen is fully developed, it begins to disperse little shining stars, which are attracted by the tips on the brim like electric sparks. This is actually the pollination of this plant. Once the pollination has been adequately accomplished, this massive blossom withers and falls from the pedicel without changing its form, at which point it is often gathered. It has the softness of a cushion and is used for that purpose. The tips are cut off, and because of their firmness, are used as nails. How does such a fruit grow? I can tell you that it is the most peculiar fruit in the world. As peculiar as it may seem to you, in the end, this plant produces a real boat. But do not assume that these are like boats or ships on earth, which can run aground with crew and cargo. That is an impossibility with these ships, which are grown. And you will learn why this is so as soon as the structure of this fruit is explained to you. After the blossoms fall off, which are just like the pumpkins on earth, the fruit below begins to develop rapidly and enormously in the following manner. If you were to build a large egg out of fine sheet metal and then dent it on the top, one girdle into the other, not one pole into the other, in such a way that the indented wall does not touch the bottom wall. In other words, so that there is a space between the two walls. Then that is what the fruit resembles. Now apply this form to our fruit, because our fruit grows in this indented oviform, and when it is fully ripened, it has a length of 180 to 240 feet, and a width of 90 to 120 feet. The space between the indented upper wall and the lower wall is usually between 6 to 9 feet. When the fruit is completely ripe, each of these walls has a thickness of 5 to 7.5 feet, and the firmness of metal. When the fruit is ripe, it detaches itself from the stem in which the actual seeds are located in a circular fashion. In the fruit itself is nothing but a very fine kind of air. This is why this fruit is very easy to lift. Even a child can do so with very little effort. The edge is surrounded by a very peculiar moulding which extends approximately 12 feet over and above the fruit and has the appearance of the fins of a fish on earth. However, it is on all sides evenly radial and elastically firm so that no one can break anything off unless he makes a special effort. The fruit is set into the water the way it is, and is used as a ship that cannot easily be destroyed. The Saturnites steer this ship with the chute or reed, note 1, as mentioned in paragraph 3 of this chapter, and they steer it like you steer your riverboats. This chute or rudder has the advantage of being very light, and because it is hollow, it is not necessary to touch the bottom with the stalk. Instead, the water itself becomes the counter effect, because the cubic content of water soon becomes heavier than the hollow space of this chute. In this manner, the water itself resists the thrust of such a chute. The flags that were also mentioned in paragraph 3 are sawed off, and with them the inhabitants adorn the railings of these natural ships. Another kind of aquatic locomotion on Saturn is achieved by using the aforementioned beautiful leaves of this plant and making sails out of them. All that has to be done is to saw such a leaf off together with the petiole, as well as the pointed crown with the tips, and glue the leaf with the sap of another plant between the flags which are erected to the rim of the ship. Even a hurricane on Earth would not be able to do any harm to it. This ship is able to accommodate 10 Saturnites and, in an emergency, up to 20. The Saturnites very artfully connect several of these boats to make a larger boat, which would make one of your great ocean liners on Earth a mere toy by comparison. Because on the wide streams, large lakes and immense oceans, thousands of these boats are often connected to make one larger boat. On these boats, beautiful lightweight buildings are constructed, so that, in fact, such a floating ship looks more like a city than a ship. Now I have told you everything about this peculiar fruit. Awaken your fantasy, and you will be pleasantly surprised. The only thing that I have to add is the color of this fruit, which is very unattractive. The skin looks like the scales of a pike, and is also of the same color. And for today, I say, Amen. Chapter 9. Additional information about the ship plant, the streams of Saturn and their even descent, the sphere shell structure of Saturn and all the other celestial bodies, the wealth of forms of creation, the four main streams of Saturn. Since we have learned about the peculiar ship plant in the last chapter, the only thing that remains to be said is how plentiful it is and how many of these ship fruit such a plant produces. The plant grows abundantly at the river banks and shores of lakes and the vast beaches of the oceans. In one Saturn year, this plant produces fruit 2 times, and each plant produces 400 to 500 fruits each harvest. But nobody on this planet, or rather in Herifa, has the proprietary rights to these fruits. On Saturn, as on Earth, an ancient principle of law applies. Primo occupantius. Note 1. The one who first takes possession has the rights. Whoever is in need of such a plant, or requires several, harvests the fruit, and whatever he harvests is his property. No one will contest it, and this is done for the highest moral reason, because everyone on Saturn considers himself to be the least and the most insignificant. This will be explained more in detail when we discuss the human beings on Saturn. Now we shall take a look at the waters of Saturn, in particular on Herifa. In Herifa, there are several thousand large and wide streams, which, almost without exception, have their origin in the centre of this country, namely from Gerp, the highest mountain in Herifa. In order to understand such a possibility, you must not imagine that the foot of this mountain is as small as the mountains on earth. Instead, the foot of Gerp covers, in all directions, an area almost larger than the continent of Europe. Now you may understand how such an immense mountain contains so many sources of water. Despite its height and expansion, this mountain is shaped like an almost perfect cone. This shape is changed only by the rock formations, which can be found here and there, and also through the trenches that were formed by the many springs. It should be a logical conclusion that the springs which originate at such a mountain must flow in all directions. When they have reached a certain level in their descent, they are enlarged by other significant springs from other mountains, upon which they take their course towards the ocean. The difference between the rivers or streams on Earth, when compared to those on Saturn, is that the streams on Saturn all have the same water flow or falling water. Because on Saturn, there is nowhere a highland to be found. There are only mountains, smaller and wider valleys, and vast plains, which ascend evenly, without exception, from the sea level. And since the ascent of the land beginning from the ocean to halfway up the mountain is the same everywhere, namely 6,000 feet above sea level, there on account of this gentle ascent, all streams must have the same fall of water as far as the speed of the flow is concerned. Of the many rivers or streams, we will discuss only 4, because they are the largest, and they take their course to the ocean as straight as if you were to draw a straight line on a drawing board. Where these rivers or streams originate, they are already larger and wider than the Danube, where it empties into the ocean. And these streams increase in width as they continue on. By the time these streams reach the ocean, each of them is approximately 200 geographic miles wide. These streams or rivers are different from those on Earth in that they have a riverbed which is the same depth throughout. Therefore, a stream on Saturn is nowhere deeper or shallower because it has the same depth at the top of the mountains as it does at the foot. Even though on its course to the ocean, the stream takes on the water of several more springs, it will become wider, but not deeper. You might wonder how this could be possible. I shall tell you. There is no easier explanation for this than the fact that the foundation is, everywhere and throughout, an evenly continuous rock floor, above which is an earth layer of the same thickness, which the water carries away little by little. Under these circumstances, how could there be a difference in the depths of the riverbed? Because these circumstances regarding the rivers having the same depth might still be a little incomprehensible, it is necessary to give a brief explanation in order that you may understand this better and pay more attention to it. During the destruction of the worlds at the fall of Adam, Note 1, see The Household of God by Jakob Lorber, which I explained to you and which you learned about, Saturn remained unharmed in its primary structure, though it was many times larger beforehand. The former size of Saturn is represented by its present ring. The surface of the outer ring was previously the surface of Saturn. In those days, Saturn was cut evenly right and left in such a way that the northern cap and the southern cap were ejected into infinite space like two large hollow shells, because the evil serpent released a very evil brood on both these hemispheres. Only the hot centre part remained pure. That is why it was preserved as a permanent reminder that the great architect of the universe can preserve a celestial body even though it no longer exists in its primary planetary perfection. Now, you probably wish to know from whence the present much smaller planet came into being within the ring. I will tell you, but open your eyes and ears as much as you possibly can, and you will get an inside look, not only as far as Saturn is concerned, but regarding all celestial bodies. The present celestial body, which is now within the ring, existed before the southern and northern caps were ejected. Just the same as if this would happen on Earth, and the caps would be taken away. That is what remains. In other words, even within your Earth, there is a smaller Earth, and in this Earth again, another smaller one, all of them connected with each other only through air, water, and fire. The present planet Saturn is actually already the third sphere, because the ring already represents two spheres, for it is split completely into two parts, which do not touch each other. And presently, when you look at Saturn, you have the opportunity to observe a celestial body, like an apple, which you have cut in the middle into two pieces. The parts which come into view show you the internal mechanical structure of a celestial body. But as far as Saturn itself in its present form is concerned, you cannot view it right to its centre. However, the relationship remains one and the same. Whatever is now in view of Saturn, and farther on, in the interior of the planet, is formed in the same relationship, as can be seen from the surface of the outermost ring right to the planet itself in its present form. If the planet would be capped again, then another smaller ring would appear below the larger ring, and within that there would be a perfectly round celestial body floating free, as with the present one in the large ring. If you raise your power of reason and sentience a little, you will understand this better and better. By thinking this through, you will realize how easy it is for me, because it is within my power, if necessary, to either reduce or to enlarge such a celestial body. If you could see all the celestial bodies in the infinite space of creation, truly, you would come upon forms which your spirit would not be able to comprehend, even in the fullest light. If you human beings, with your limited intellectual powers, have the ability to give your own toilsome creations a significant variety of applications, then I should be able to do the same in my vast realms of creation. In this respect, my great fantasy surely would not have to go to your school in order to attend an aesthetic course of instruction, as some of your scholars seem to think. The plants, animals, and minerals on earth prove the wealth of your Creator's imagination in small, insignificant, and meagre ways. On Saturn, you will already discover some of this diversity, and I can tell you it is much greater on the Sun. If what you encounter on Saturn is extremely wonderful, then what will you say when I allow you to take a look at the Sun? However, now we are dealing with Saturn, and there is yet much to see. Keep in mind that as far as Saturn is concerned, we began with number 1. You know that I serve the best wine last, not like bad innkeepers on earth who intoxicate the imagination of their thirsty guests with the first glass and, instead of serving the better wine last, serve a highly diluted vinegar. Therefore, understand well the significance of what I say. We began with number 1. When we are finished with this celestial body, there should be some indication in your imagination, and you should also have a better concept to achieve an even higher level. Because with me, the higher and always the highest to infinity never has an end. And nowhere is there a third comparison level in existence. But everywhere there is only a second. That is, there is always one above the other, and one is more magnificent than the other. And nowhere is there to be found something that is the most magnificent, which will not be surpassed by something which is even more magnificent. Because I myself am the unreachable highest of all. Once you have viewed much of the splendor of the celestial bodies, only then will you be granted a faint view into heaven. And this glimpse, despite its speed, will make you completely forget all the magnificence that you have been shown on the celestial bodies. Because even though my works are infinitely exalted, these celestial bodies are in the dead fixed matter. But by how much more will they be in the spirit, where everything is light and life? But for now, let us return to our celestial body, the planet Saturn, and let us measure the depth of the rivers and lakes, and also of the oceans. And a measuring tape with one and the same length will suffice, with a length of 3,000 feet. The oceans on Saturn have a depth of 3,000 feet, almost everywhere, and only towards land do they become gradually more shallow. The rivers have a depth of 60 feet everywhere in the centre of the riverbed, and naturally it becomes more shallow towards the river banks. Only at the mouth of the rivers do the riverbeds gradually fall until they eventually reach the same depth as the ocean floor. What happens as a consequence of the uniformity and depth of the riverbeds is that every river or stream presents to the surprised eye an almost completely smooth surface, wherein the neighbouring areas reflect in all their splendour, just like a quiet lake on earth. And especially at night, it offers an extremely beautiful view, when the nightly light reflects an almost unimpaired shine from the rivers. The 4 main streams divide this large country from the central mountain into 4 parts, so that when someone is at the top of this mountain, he can see the borders of this country by following the course of these main streams. Of course, a person from Earth would not be able to see that far into the distance. However, the Saturnites are able to do this because their eyesight is better than some of the best telescopes on Earth. And on Saturn, this is somewhat of a necessity, for if someone wants to oversee his property, he requires good eyesight. On a clear day, the eyes of a Saturnite have the ability to overlook an entire country from a high enough mountain on Earth with ease. The Saturn being's strongest sense is eyesight. It can be somewhat compared to the eyesight of an eagle on Earth, which, from a significant height, can see the smallest animals with ease. Any other characteristics these rivers, lakes, and oceans might have will be discussed in a future chapter. For today, Amen. Chapter 10. The people living adjacent to the morning stream. The tree dwellings of Saturnites. How the willpower of the Saturnites controls nature. Saturnite communication with the spiritual world. The useless missions of Earth spirits to Saturn. Of the 4 main streams, there is one whose flow is exactly towards morning. This is the widest and most populated stream. But do not assume that you will find cities and fortifications erected on the banks of this stream, as would be the case on Earth. You will not find anything like that on the entire planet. The most marvelous accommodations for the Saturnites are the sun trees. On Saturn they are called guba, and under their many branches and trunks live entire families. The inhabitants do not all live together in one place, as is the custom on Earth. Part of the population lives on the plains, preferably by the banks of streams, while another part lives in the mountains. That is why both banks of the morning stream are often planted with sun trees, under which the Saturnites have their permanent homes. The reason I say permanent homes is because these kinds of trees do not wither away after a short period of time. Instead, such trees keep on growing, becoming larger and reaching such a size that under many of them may live a single family which, through interrelationships, often reaches a population of 10 to 20,000 people. The rivers, but especially this morning stream, fulfill multifarious needs for the inhabitants in the following order of importance. First, the inhabitants of Saturn are great friends of personal cleanliness. It is not unusual for them to wash themselves 7 times a day. Secondly, they like to swim because it serves as a particularly strengthening amusement. In this instance, all of them are great artists on the water. Not only do they swim on the surface, like the people of Earth, but they can easily walk on the water's surface as well. Therefore, they are able to perform all kinds of swimming maneuvers. For example, they can lie flat on the surface of the water, or they can sit on the water's surface and twirl around on it. Should they want to dive under the water, they can do this as well, but it is no easier for them than it is for the geese on Earth. Because in relationship to the water, the Saturnites are 40% lighter than people on Earth. You can gather this kind of relationship from what has been mentioned before, namely, that the Saturnites can maneuver in the air with ease, especially the younger ones. But even the older people can jump from the greatest heights without causing any physical harm. However, they do not like to do so, because after such an excursion in the air, they are usually seized by an unpleasant dizzy spell. Thirdly, the Saturnites prefer to live close to the water because, as aforementioned, the water emits a particularly beautiful light glimmer at night. Fourthly, these streams exhale a particularly pleasant cooling air, of which the Saturnites are great friends. Fifth, they live on the banks of the rivers because of their domesticated animals, to have easier access to water, which we will discuss later. In the mountains, the larger domesticated animals cannot be kept because of the lack of adequate water, since the springs of the rivers are at the lower sections of these mountains, and the higher areas have to be satisfied with the rain tree and the watering fruit, which is called the flowing barrel. The largest of the domesticated animals requires, in accordance with your measurements, 598,000 quarts, or 566,000 litres of water in one day, which must seem an enormous amount to people on Earth. This large domesticated animal is what you on Earth would consider to be a cow. This animal is so large that an elephant could walk on the back of the Saturnian cow and be no larger than a parasite. Because of the extraordinary usefulness of this animal, the Saturnites prefer to live on the banks of streams, rivers, and lakes, so that this beneficial creature will suffer no harm, since it has the peculiar attribute of drinking 5 times as much as it eats. What these animals eat will be explained later in detail when the actual animals are discussed. Even though the Saturnites do not build cities or houses, they do know how to plant the broad tree or wall tree, discussed in a previous chapter, in such an artful manner that if you were to see such a domicile, you would have to agree that it is indescribable and much more beautiful than the largest, most beautiful city on earth. And the walls look as if they were built from brightly shining polished gold. Sixth, the Saturnites like to live on the banks of the streams because of their love of the sea and sailing. They do this not for selfish motives or gain, but rather for pleasure and health reasons. Also, when some people among them wish to visit neighbouring or distant islands and countries, they have to make use of what is really close to their hearts: sailing on ships. You might ask why the Saturnites bother to build ships when they have the ability to walk on water. The answer to this question is actually a simple one. The Saturnites can very easily walk on water as long as they are without burden. But as soon as they carry something, they will sink, since the relationship of the water's capacity to carry a human being is calculated to almost a hair. And when the Saturnites walk on water, it is a very slow and cautious procedure and requires considerable practice. It requires much more practice than figure skating on Earth. Whereas with their ships, the Saturnites can skim over the water fairly quickly, easily travelling 30 to 50 geographic miles in 1 Earth hour. Also, they do not have a steam power plant, paddle or paddle wheel. Their motive force lies solely in their firm will and unshakable belief. This is also why they line the brim or railings of their ships with the flags or plant tips, which they magnetize with their will. And as a consequence, the ship is drawn to the direction in which the will of the mariner has placed the will pole as their destination. Behold, such a motive power is by far better and more unfailing than your ghastly steam engines, through which at all times the natural life of human beings is in constant danger. And if I did not take care of this through guardian angels, there would be considerably more accidents through liberated steam than there already are. Nothing is more foolish than a human being who employs forces of nature of which he has not the slightest knowledge. It is not enough to know by mere experience that the released water steam possesses a great compressive force. It is also very important to know what lies behind this liberated steam and what causes this great compressive force. Dead powers are not powers. However, powers that are effective are liberated or released alive. But who knows how much power the liberated spirits in the steam possess? Truly, if they were not contained by the angels, it would not take long before all these arrogant and conceited steam engine engineers would discover how absolutely ridiculous the basis for their calculations really is. Because liberated spirits from only 1.837 litres of water, when not restrained, can change whole mountain chains into dust and ashes in the wink of an eye. This should tell you how much heavenly protection is constantly required, so that these foolish human beings with their foolish undertakings, do not perish through accidents of this nature. The Saturnites are unaware of any such foolishness, and despite all this, they are incomparably wiser than all those scholarly super-intelligent steam engine inventors, engineers, and conquerors of the oceans on earth. Besides these many advantages, the Saturnites have one more invaluable benefit, that several times during their lives they can personally associate with me, and also with the angels in heaven, through which they can gain more in a brief conversation in their sphere of wisdom and cognizance than through all the excessive, stupid rhetoric of the scholars. In this connection, I should like to mention, in passing, that spirits from your earth quite often come to visit the Saturnites, which they are permitted to do at all times, especially when they have this need. What usually occurs is that these earth spirits, who think of themselves as being very learned, are thoroughly laughed at by the Saturnites, and are reproached because of their extraordinarily foolish beliefs. For they do not even know that the Lord, as the Creator of heaven and of all celestial bodies, is completely human. This fact is known only by very few human beings and Christians on earth, and therefore many such spirits have the most ridiculous and absurd ideas about me. And that is why some of them paint such nonsensical portraits of me. On some pictures I am depicted as a hierarch, while others again depict me sitting half naked on a cloud, holding a cross in one hand, usually on the right hand of the hierarch. Others again depict me in the form of a flying dove, whereby I must always hover above two people below me, namely, above the hierarch and above the naked, cross-carrying Christ. And others transpose me in all three of these depictions at the same time, through which I become a mathematical nonsense, because I am portrayed as three persons of which only two are endowed with a human form, and the third is given the shape of an animal. And again, these three different personalities must depict only one divine person, consisting of one hierarch, one naked Christ, and one dove. However, on the entire planet of Saturn, there exists not one human being who has any other concept of me other than that I am completely a human being, just like any other human being, albeit with one difference. I am the most complete and the most perfect human being. That is, I am a human being in which lives corporeally the fullness of the divinity. Should you have difficulty in understanding this, turn to matter, for it will tell you where the matter comes from, and what it is. And it has already told you so. Then it will not be so difficult to understand or to grasp what it means that in me, as the most complete human being, lives corporeally the fullness of the divinity. Behold, when the Saturnites, so to speak, set the record straight, these conceited earth spirits become very annoyed and angry, and, in revenge, they want to attack the Saturnites and impose another belief upon them by force. But the Saturnites show themselves forthwith as extremely humble, but at the same time exceedingly firm in their belief, so that the spirits from earth begin to feel miserable on account of their haughtiness, and can no longer endure the sphere of the Saturnites, and soon remove themselves voluntarily. I shall explain such scenes in more detail when we visit the snow and ice regions of Saturn, where the departed Saturnites mainly stay, and where they are active. You should know that the spirits of every celestial body, especially if they are not completely purified, mostly remain in the area of the planet which they occupied with their physical bodies. But for now, we will direct our attention again to the streams. Chapter 11. The beautiful riparian landscapes, the North Stream, the Evening Stream, the Midday Stream. If you want to properly imagine such a stream, then imagine a vast, calm water surface which expands to the ocean in a straight line immeasurably far for your eyes. In addition, imagine that this stream flows through a vast plain which is occasionally interrupted by regular formations of mountains which are already known to us. Add to this the greatest, most abundant fruitfulness of these riparian regions, and imagine that between the mountains grow entire avenues of pyramid trees and beautiful gardens with mirror tree avenues, and a vast forest along the embankments of these streams with funnel trees and all other kinds of luxurious trees, shrubs, plants, herbs and grasses. Imagine the extremely peculiar population of animals, and all the large, extremely diverse and magnificent waterfowl, which often fly about in a bevy in all directions above the vast surface of such streams, all of which are subject to the will of the Saturnites. Among the families, especially those which live on these riverbanks, you will also quite often find heavenly visitors, such as angels, and, once in a while, you will even find me. If you put this all together, you will have an approximate idea of the splendor of such a riparian region. As aforementioned, special attention should be paid to the stream that flows towards the morning with its spacious banks. But do not get the idea, especially as far as the vegetation is concerned, that everything grows in a great disarray. On the contrary, everything grows in a perfectly planned order. Not only has everything been done for animalistic needs by a so-called casual vegetation, but I have taken the greatest care in as far as the most orderly adornment is concerned. You must come to this conclusion from the description of the plants and the entire vegetation. The remaining 3 streams are structured in the same manner as the morning stream, but they do not have the width, nor are they as densely populated. Nevertheless, their splendour is not proportionately less than that of the morning stream. The stream that flows towards the north is, along its banks, what you on earth would term romantic, because the valley through which it flows is often confined by mountains, and on the sides of these mountains you will notice countless sky-high, dazzling white rock towers, which are often adorned by the healing plant known as Helatharianga, or the 1,000-leaf gold shrub, described earlier. This region is the best area for this plant, even though it can be found elsewhere as well, but not as plentifully. Imagine the same lively banks at the north stream as at the morning stream, with all the same things, save for one exception. The pyramid tree does not grow well on rocky ground. Now you have a complete picture of this stream and its banks. The evening stream, the stream that flows towards the west, is famous because of its many harmoniously singing birds. If it were possible for you to spend an evening here, you would be spoiled by a concert like this to such a degree that the music on earth, even if it were by one of your great composers, such as Handel, played by the most magnificent philharmonic orchestra, would be nothing more than the croaking of frogs in a puddle by comparison. Behold, consequently on Saturn, I am the music teacher for the birds. You may rest assured that even your best vocalists, if they could hear such a feathered singer of this planet only once, would not dare to sing another note for the rest of their lives. Note well, music is a very popular form of enjoyment for the Saturnites. The only thing is that they do not have any musical instruments. Instead, they are excellent singers, and they praise and thank me with that talent during their divine services. All of this will be described when we discuss the actual Saturnites and their relationships and circumstances. The stream that flows towards the south, the midday stream, is famous for the luster of its water. The surface of the water glimmers steadily, especially during the day, just like large, beautiful, well-cut diamonds on earth. The reason for this is that this water is of a particular purity, especially on the surface. Although all water on Saturn is purer than the purest springs on earth, the water of this stream is so clear that you can see any object even at the greatest depth, as if you would see it in a normal daylight. That is why the surface glimmers so beautifully, especially when there is a small movement of waves. You have no idea of the splendor. A rainbow on earth would be a very simple thing when compared to this spectacle. However, as far as the population on the banks of this stream is concerned, it is without doubt the poorest. The reason for this is that the vegetation does not grow as well because of the hard water. Even though the water is extremely clean, it is harder than the water of all the other streams. Since this applies to Earth, it applies on Saturn as well. The cleaner and colder a spring brings water to the surface, the harder and less fruitful is the water. This fact should not lead you to the conclusion that the banks of this stream are desolate. Rather, they are considerably more luxuriant than the most fruitful on earth, though not on the same level as the others on this planet, especially those of the morning stream. Now we have viewed the four main streams from the central mountain. But these are not the only regions which are inhabited or populated. The mountains, as well as the banks of the remaining rivers, are not less inhabited. These other rivers flow in part through various turns and meander to the ocean, but they mostly enter into the aforementioned main streams and other tributaries. What remains now is a description of the many large inland lakes, their usefulness, their splendour, and the habitableness of their vastly expanded level shores. This will be explained at the next opportunity. For today, Amen. Chapter 12. The inland lakes on Saturn, the magnificent countryside, and the large population at the shores. Links between rivers, streams, and lakes. Stone cone groups as places of entertainment. Swan rides. The inland lakes mentioned in the previous chapter are quite different than the inland lakes on Earth, which are gatherings of standing water at irregular depths. On Saturn, the spring water also gathers in the depressions of the plains, which comes from all sides of the mountains. These lakes have a much shallower bed than the rivers. Rarely is a lake bed any deeper than 36 feet, which is very shallow by Saturnian standards. Any Saturnite can easily wade through such a lake because of its shallowness. The water will hardly reach much above the knee of a Saturnite, and at times only that high. Nevertheless, it is deep enough to carry their ships. The question arises, what purpose do these lakes serve? Actually, they serve the same purpose as the man-made canals on Earth. These inland lakes often have up to 100 outflowing currents, or even fairly broad flow-offs that lead to various other rivers. thereby becoming tributaries. These inland lakes make it possible for the Saturnites to reach the 4 main streams on these waterways, which can be accomplished conveniently in the following manner. For example, if there is such a land lake between the morning stream east and the midday stream south, it will have at least one, if not more, of these tributaries that lead to the morning stream as well as to the midday stream. You will also find a land lake between the midday stream and the evening stream west, and also between the evening stream and the midnight stream north, and between the midnight stream and the morning stream. In this manner, the connection on water is not only established once, but hundreds of times. The way in which the connection between the inland lakes and the main streams is guaranteed, there is also a connection between all the smaller rivers and streams, so that no river and almost no lake in this great country exists which cannot be easily reached by water. These inland lakes cover large areas, the smallest of which is as large as the Caspian Sea, 424,300 square kilometers. In Asia, the largest lake on Earth. There are several which are larger. Some cover an area that is equivalent to the Mediterranean Sea, 2,496,000 square kilometers. But there are not too many large lakes of this size. The location of these lakes is usually in the regions that are close to the ocean. However, there are quite a number of these smaller inland lakes towards the center of this country, because wherever you find a plain in this large country, to some extent you will find in its midst some land lake of significance. When you stand upon some elevated point, this makes the view so magnificent, or as you might say, so picture perfect, that you on earth would hardly be able to imagine such a magnificent view. Although on earth you have areas with inland lakes, their shape is not uniform, but is more random, and so are the surroundings. There could be weather-beaten rocks or a wooded mountain area, or dirty plains and many other things that do not say much and which, unshapen, surround the area of the water or lakes. This does not apply to Saturn, because on Saturn the lakes have always, more or less, the form of an ellipse. These lakes have fairly large outlets, which flow evenly in all directions into other inland lakes or rivers and streams. Now imagine such a calm surface of water, of which the smallest has a surface of 10 to 100 square geographic miles, then from 100 to 1,000, and from 1,000 to almost 30,000 square geographic miles, in accordance to your square measure. And this will give you an idea of the dimension of these inland lakes. Then, in addition, take a look at the many wide outlets which spring from these inland lakes, most of them in a straight line, and you will truly appreciate the splendor of such a land lake. especially when you know that these outlets are anywhere from 2 to 40 geographic miles wide. It is not the large dimensions alone which augment the magnificence of these lake regions. It is primarily the shores, which are highly populated around these inland lakes. Nowhere does the splendor of the vegetation develop in such grandiose unfoldment as upon the shores of these lakes. This is the environment for the pyramid trees, which from your point of view grow to unbelievable heights, and their tips are often higher than some of the high mountains on Saturn. The Saturnites also plant the ship plant to beautify the shores. Behind these fields, where the ship plants grow and thrive, the wall trees are grown and cultivated, which often significantly exceed the height mentioned in an earlier chapter. On some shores, the golden wall of these trees grows to heights of 3,000 feet. The Saturnites have attained such a proficiency in the art of grafting that when a wall tree has grown a number of feet, they cut it and graft it into a cleave, which they cut into another wall tree, and then cover the graft with earth. Through this, if the tree continues to grow, the trunk of this tree is already taller by 1/2. This procedure is continued as long as possible, and it becomes a magnificent adornment for these shores, because these tree trunks grow to astonishing heights, far beyond their natural height. Behind these walls, the Saturnites usually grow the column-like hodgepodge tree, which you already know, and which, on account of its extraordinary multifariousness, contributes a great deal to the embellishment of the gradually ascending shore regions. When we discussed the morning stream, the inhabitants and their accommodation, it was mentioned that you will not find a city, fortification, or any other dwelling anywhere on this planet except for this tree. This applies to the shores of the inland lakes as well. There are no dwellings other than the first main tree we discussed, the sun tree Gliuba, in chapter 3, paragraphs. There is, however, one thing that must be mentioned. When this tree grows in the regions of the shores of these inland lakes, it considerably surpasses in size the circumference and height of the same species of tree that grows near rivers, streams, and in the mountains. And therefore it serves more family members as a dwelling. All the other trees, herbs, plants, and grasses are also carefully kept in good order. Therefore, these shores look like a perfect paradise in the actual sense of the word, since the sun tree is the only type of dwelling. Do not think that in these shore regions one such sun tree grows right next to the other. Instead, it takes a considerable amount of time to travel from one dwelling to another. The shortest distance between these sun trees is approximately 10 to 20 geographic miles, but more likely anywhere from 50 to 100 geographic miles, since these properties often have the size of a whole country in Europe, and such a property often has no more than one of these trees, and at the most no more than 5 to 10. Only when all the members of a family no longer have enough space under the sun tree will another tree be planted somewhere close by. When it occurs that some members of the family have to move because of overpopulation, then it can happen that they move to the mountains, even though they do not like to do that. But before someone plants his dwelling tree on a mountain, he will do everything in his power to find a place somewhere on a bank or shore. Only when it is impossible to find something in his neighborhood will he move to the mountains. Of course, he will look for areas in the mountains where there are one or several springs nearby, and where the rain tree, briura, and the flowing barrel, which are other means of water supply, can thrive. Also, the inhabitants of Saturn can no longer keep their large cows in the mountains, which gives them warm milk. Therefore, they have to be satisfied with milk from the tame mountain goats, which is not as sweet. If they wish to enjoy the milk of the large cow, they have no other choice but to go to the plains and visit their relatives, and either by exchanging healing mountain herbs or through labor, they will obtain this precious milk. Then they fill it in the aforementioned containers and walk or drive home. You will remember the wagons they have, which we discussed earlier in this book. The ones that are made so easily from the flowing barrel, which the inhabitants of the plains often call the mountain ship. Although, according to your earthly concepts, these dwelling trees are quite a distance apart from each other, they are close enough for a Saturnite, since he can see his neighbour's dwelling tree despite the great distance on account of his keen eyesight. Besides that, his long legs will carry him at least 10 geographic miles in 15 minutes with the greatest of ease. And should his neighbour's house be at a greater distance, then he will travel by ship. The speed of these ships was mentioned previously, Note 1, Chapter 10, Paragraph 8. The only thing that remains to be explained is whether the water of such inland lakes is stagnant or flowing, and it has already been said that it is flowing. This water has such a strong current that it flows in every possible direction. However, the movement of the water in the lakes is somewhat less than in the rivers and streams. If you wish to imagine the water flow in these lakes, imagine that it flows from the center of the lake in a radial manner to as many canals as it feeds, through which it connects with the other inland lakes, rivers and streams. But here we are dealing with another peculiarity or difference in comparison to the canals on earth. The water of these canals which connect with other inland lakes, flows in the following manner. For example, in the canals which connect the land lakes, the current in Lake A flows through the canal on the left into Lake B in a long swirl, returning from Lake B on the right side back to Lake A. Therefore, a boatman can travel on the left bank from Lake A towards the morning east, whereas another boatman on the right bank can travel from Lake B to Lake A in a current which flows in the opposite direction. I should think that your hydromechanics would have severe difficulties in producing this kind of water movement. However, as far as the outflow that runs into a river or stream is concerned, here there is no counter-movement. Instead, it either flows from an inland lake into a river or from a river into an inland lake. This does not impair navigation in the least, since all water movement on Saturn is very calm, and the fastest current travels no more than 60 feet per minute, whereas a normal current travels anywhere from 6 to 30 feet per minute. Also, this movement of water has very little to do with navigation, but rather it is for the sake of movement, so that the waters do not become stagnant and foul. And through their constant movement, these waters emit a beneficial breath of life. The beauty of these inland lakes is tremendously enhanced by the many white stone cones, which are found mostly in the center of the lakes. The reason for this is that the water of these lakes is the calmest at the center, and it could very easily become stagnant and rot. Therefore, care is taken through these stone cones on which the water can surge, thereby causing a friction and becoming invigorated again through the awakening of its inherent electricity. These cones are also quite often overgrown with the healing herb known to us as Helatharianga, the thousand-leaf gold shrub. Through its extraordinary fragrant ethereal exhalation of life, this herb makes the surface of the lake infinitely invigorating. That is why the Saturnites quite often travel by ship to these cones. Sometimes there are groups of thousands of these cones in the lakes, which are particularly magnificent in appearance. If you could see them, you would believe that you are looking at one of the largest cities on the water. Even Venice would be merely a toy by comparison, because most of these cones have a circumference of 2 to 3 geographic miles and a height of 12,000 to 24,000 feet. There is enough room on a truncated cone to build a city. Now imagine a group of thousands of these cones, and that might give you an idea as to the size of such a cone city in the lake. The inhabitants of Saturn work diligently with their chisels to to make one or another of these cones habitable by carving steps into these cones right to the top. Here they enjoy being for days on the cones, which they have prepared in this manner. Very large cones are carved out so that they eventually have several habitable floors. Access to the upper floors is achieved through carved-out spiral stairs on the exterior of the cone, by which they can reach the upper floors. But only those cones are selected which have no plant growth whatsoever. The cones that have plant growth are considered to be a sanctuary, and the Saturnites are of the opinion that it is a sin to put a chisel on such a cone. Occasionally, they are informed by the angel spirits that it is not a sin at all, but instead it is imprudent to destroy such a noble plant with a chisel. Therefore, the Saturnites spare those cones which sprout vegetation out of prudent humbleness. The tops and edges of the cones that have been prepared for habitation are tastefully decorated with all kinds of leaves and flags of the chayaba plant, and that is why such a group of stone cones in the center of the quiet water surface is indeed a beautiful sight, even to the Saturnites. If the people of earth could see this spectacle, they would be speechless for quite a while. The beauty of such a waterside, or rather water cone city, is enhanced by the many ships that are present, and therefore there are quite a few family gatherings. Also, the large variety of waterfowl, which are similar to swans in a great variety of colours, enliven the water surface between these cones, and they also enliven large areas of the water with their many different songs. But do not imagine these birds to be the size of your swans. Such a bird is as large as a small ship. That is why the people of Saturn ride on the backs of these water birds as a kind of enjoyment. And they are carried quite speedily by these birds for a while on the surface of the water. The Saturnites train these birds as draft animals and hitch them to their ships. If you could see such a voyage, you would term it a fairy tale spectacle, if in front of one of these ships a few hundred of these birds are swimming and pulling it. Such a voyage is only for enjoyment, and it doesn't degenerate to the exploitation of these animals, because the Saturnites are compassionate towards all creatures. Therefore, they would not use them for hard labour, because the power of their will and belief is sufficient for all things. That covers everything regarding the inland lakes. We will now begin with the animal kingdom, namely with the wonderfully shaped water animals. Here too, let your imagination roam, and you will be privy to many miracles. For today, I say Amen. Chapter 13. The shores of the oceans. Danger through storm floods. The moons and the rings as the originators of floods. The lower species of ocean animals. The giant blue mussel. To this point, we have learned almost everything about the formation of the country itself, the rich vegetation, and the waters, and how all this can be properly used. Now we will turn from the kingdom of the elementary metallic vegetables and water sphere, which is the primary basis for the animal kingdom, to the animal kingdom itself. Before we deal with the actual animals, it will be necessary to inspect the regions of the ocean shores, which are the main housing for the greatest variety of animals. On Earth, the shorelines of the oceans are the most populated regions, with a few exceptions, because of the access to water and because it is very convenient to do business and have a transportation system on the shores of the oceans and water systems, provided these regions are not located on cliffs or reefs or sand and mud. But on the shores of the oceans on Saturn, this is quite different. On Saturn, no human being lives within 40 geographic miles of the shores. The reason for this is that the lowland is not inhabited up to 40 miles inward, because no one is safe from sudden flooding. On Earth, the ocean is subject to periodical ebb and tide. Much more so is this the case upon such a large planet. The tide rises in the same proportions to this planet as it does in all things on Earth and everything that is on it. The reason why the tide on Saturn does not rise always to the same level is because of the 7 moons of Saturn, which all have a considerable influence on the planet itself. This influence occurs in those times when all 7 moons are on one and the same side of the planet, as a result of the different speed in their orbits. Therefore, the ocean water rises higher than usual on that side of the planet. Since in your case only one moon orbits one planet, it would be imprudent to attribute ebb and tide to the moon. Although, regardless of that, the Earth's moon does exert an insignificant influence. But this influence of the moon on the Earth does not even account for 1 inch, when the natural rise in the level of the ocean water accounts for 6 feet. However, on a planet like Saturn, the natural rise of the ocean water is a determining factor. Add to this the fact that 1 moon raises the level by 1 inch and 7 moons by 7 inches. You must apply these inches in proportion, as everything else on Saturn is proportionate to Earth. You will quickly come to the conclusion that 7 inches, after you deduct all the other usual effective causes, are responsible for 420 feet. Add to this the natural rise in Saturn's ocean water of 360 feet during tide, and that will tell you how high the water of the ocean rises at times in the regions of the shore. If the ring above the ocean did not have such a beneficial effect upon the waters of the ocean, the lowland and some of the plains would be endangered for thousands of miles. But a peculiar phenomenon occurs during the time of tide through the attractive force of the ring. The ocean water very seldom invades farther inward than 40 geographic miles, because during the tide, the ocean forms actual mountains of water under the rings. So the water draws together, forming these mountains, as if it did not want to intrude too far inland. These mountains of water greatly resemble the waterspouts on earth, but with the difference that on account of the attractive force of the ring, they quite often reach ghastly heights of 100 geographic miles. Therefore, during high tide, navigation is as good as impossible, because when a ship is seized by such a waxing mountain of water, it is lifted with such indescribable ferocity and speed that as soon as it has reached the highest peak, it is thrown downward with such a thrust that one cannot speak of a happy and unscathed return. It happens, but very rarely, that in some areas the accumulation of water is so high that it almost reaches the ring. Nevertheless, even the most insignificant accumulation of the ocean is very dangerous for ship and crew, because whenever these accumulations occur, the ocean water whirls at an indescribable speed. If any ship comes within range of such dancing mountains of water, the ship is pulled upward to the watercrest in the beginning, when the whirl is still slow. The whirling increases as the water rises higher and higher. This is how it happens that a ship that has been swept along is thrust to such tremendous depths, or else destroyed by the power of the whirling water. The diameter of such a water mountain, even of medium size, is anywhere from 20 to 50 geographic miles at its base, 10 to 20 geographic miles at the middle, and 1 to 2 geographic miles at the top. The gyration of the water in the middle of such a mountain has such a speed that one gyration takes from 4 to 5 minutes, whereas at the top it takes anywhere from 1 to 1.5 minutes. Now you can imagine the power of the thrust that this mountain has. If a ship is on the surface of the ocean, and just below the ship, the peak of such a water mountain begins to form, the ship is lifted to ghastly heights. However, if the ship comes into the whirling current of this water mountain, it is then raised to the level of a particular water wave and is thrust far away downwards. This explanation has been absolutely necessary before beginning with our description of the animal kingdom, because we have learned that on account of these circumstances, the shores of the Saturnian oceans are not habitable. What will be shown, however, in this great act of nature is the prime generation, abiogenesis equals spontaneous generation, of the animal kingdom. Because through this occurs a phenomenal mating act, through which the atomic ether animalculae are admitted into the water, where they multiply from class to class until they reach a level which you on earth call the kingdom of the amphibians. On this celestial body, this animal class forms an orderly transition from water animal to land animal. Therefore, the shore land is the first level, on account of the proper sequence of stages regarding the continued development on which the water animals can cross over from the water to land. If we want to examine the animal kingdom on Saturn, we must therefore begin in the order wherein it actually has its origin. Therefore, the water of the oceans is the first habitat of the animals. Which kind of animals do we discover first on this celestial body, namely, in the ocean waters? Even there, the order is the same as on earth. The first class of animals consists of countless amounts of extraordinarily small white worms, which are so tiny that millions have adequate room in one normal drop of water. The second class is a larger class of worm which is already equipped with 2 arms. Even these are not visible to the keen eye of the Saturnites. These animalcula of the second level consume many thousands of the first species every second, and through this pattern their life into its own. The third class is a kind of elongated grey worm about the size of nematodes, namely the Anguillula aceti. This animal class is very voracious and nourishes itself from the 2 lower classes and thus incorporates their life into its own. The fourth class are species of worms, which have 2 heads and already have a length of 2.14 to 2.25 millimeters. Towards the girth, they are a little thicker, so that their shape is similar to a crescent roll. This animal only consumes its predecessors. The next class differs already from the previous ones by gender. In the preceding classes no difference in gender existed. This animal, however, on account of its 2 heads, is structured in such a way that it unifies within itself the male and the female principle, indicated by its 2 heads. The next or 5th class already consists of a kind of 4-armed reddish coleopteron. This animal has a visible length of 4.28 to 4.5 millimeters and a body width of about 1.07 to 2.12 millimeters. It is a glutton because it eats all the preceding classes in countless amounts and thereby incorporates their life into its own. That is how, in the case of 1,000 such levels of such living beings, one always enters into the other until they are accepted by the class of the crustacean. The class of the crustacean is just as plentiful. What appears first is the mussel, then the snail. Amongst the shellfish, the one that should be mentioned is the giant blue mussel, which quite often reaches such a size that, were you to see it on earth, somewhere in an ocean, you would think it was an island, covering an area of 1 to 1.5 square geographic miles. This muscle constitutes the final level so far as muscles are concerned. Its death is caused by little snails. The giant muscle is their source of food, and they eat their way into it from all sides. When the muscle is consumed in this manner, the shell is either thrown onto a smaller island or onto the shores of the mainland through the ebb and tide. Where the inhabitants gather these valuable shells, these mussels are secured in the earth in such a way that several rain trees are planted between two mussel shells, and in these large mussel basins, the rain tree water is gathered in the most economical manner. The outer side of this giant mussel is not particularly beautiful, its colour being dark green. However, the inside is much lovelier. It is similar to bright shining gold, covered with a beautiful azure blue. Therefore, when you look at this mussel water basin, it is magnificent when filled with the water from the rain trees. The people of Saturn like to bathe in this water because it has the greatest purity, as it is saturated with an ethereal fragrance. Its scent is similar to nardus oil on earth, which is also among the most fragrant on earth. You will probably ask, how do the Saturnites move such a giant mussel? This is accomplished in a very simple manner. The mussel shell is not as heavy as you might imagine, because below the ring, the objects are not as heavy as on any other region of Saturn, whether in the northern or southern latitude. When the inhabitants of Saturn find this mussel, they open it up by using wedges and levers. They clean the shell carefully, close it again, and glue the openings all around with a special kind of water paste. Then they wait with their ships for a little tide. This then lifts the mussel, which they have secured with a strong rope to their ship, and they begin their voyage inland on one of the rivers, with a speed of which you have no concept. Under these circumstances, a Saturnite uses his mighty willpower to the fullest extent. Therefore, you should not be surprised that the Saturnites transport objects from place to place which you would not dare to move because of their size and weight. This will be pointed out in a much clearer manner when other opportunities arise. In the next chapters, we will examine the animal kingdom more closely. But for today, I say, Amen. Chapter 14. The stick snail, the pyramid snail, the disc snail that produces ointments and garden ornaments for the patriarchs' coats. Following the great giant blue mussel, we will now deal with the snail. First with those which are in the waters, and then with those which, in accordance with their physique, are more developed and live on land. In the waters there are thousands of different kinds of snails, which are successively in such order that, in a biological relationship, one comes forth from the other, although it would be better expressed to say, in respect to the procreation of life. As far as the preceding species of snail is concerned, they are of a lesser interest for your curious eye, although you could write volumes of books about these species. However, if you were to attempt to describe them in detail, you would never be able to list them all. Therefore, we will only describe the species of these crustaceans which are on the highest step of development and which should be of special interest to you. We shall describe the 5 highest species because of their wonderful nature. The first highly developed species of snail is the stick snail. It is a particularly peculiar kind of snail, because the whorl of the shell resembles an elongated screw. It is similar to carving a 60-foot-long stick into a screw, or in a better description, winding a long rope around this stick in such a way that another whorl could firmly mesh from the top to the bottom into the stick. Do not imagine this stick to be too thin. At the bottom, the thickest part has a diameter of 5 feet, and from there it tapers off to a point, and the whorl also becomes proportionately thinner. On earth, you would call a snail like that a kind of a serpentine obelisk. The reason why we call it a stick snail is because that is what the Saturnites call it. The outer colour of this snail is absolutely beautiful. The thickest part is completely rosy red, as if you would cover finely polished silver with this colour. Towards the tip, the red becomes darker, with the same metallic glow, so that the rose coloration begins with the faintest red and ends with the darkest red. But the colour is not the splendour of this snail. There is the trim on the whorl. The long winding abdominal belt of this snail is adorned in the most beautiful colour throughout, with larger and smaller pearls. The furrow that runs between the whorls is adorned with a golden ribbon which contains beautiful arabesque figurations. That is how the house of this snail is structured. The animal that lives inside this shell is less interesting. It is merely a polyp-like worm equipped with 4 proboscises. Its nourishment is made up of small snails and smaller mussels, which it grabs with its lowest tentacle, crushes and then places the squashed food into its proboscis. With the other 2 proboscises, this animal feeds its way around in order to find something to eat and to determine if some adversaries might close in. Should this be the case, then it withdraws into its beautiful house and closes off the exit with a whitish crust. But many times this precaution is to no avail, because its enemies are the sword lobsters, which I shall describe later on. The sword-tailed crustaceans of the order of the Xiphosaura have the ability to penetrate this crust. They enter this house by force and consume this defenseless animal little by little until nothing remains. These lobsters then become victim to another larger snail, which we shall discuss later. The inhabitants of Saturn gather the shells of these stick snails and adorn their gardens with them. At times, they use the shells as water pipes in the following manner. Wherever there are springs in the mountains, they catch the water with the muzzle of the shell and cut off the tip of the tapered part. This results in a build-up of pressure, and the water streams out with force at the smaller end. Below that, they place another shell, catching the water with a large muzzle, and they continue this sometimes for many miles downhill. That such a water pipe makes a very interesting impression, you can very well imagine. The next species of snail is the pyramid snail. The colour is uniformly a golden grass green. The abdominal girth is proportionately adorned with large snow-white elliptic shapes, and the edges are trimmed in such a way as if you were to frame an alabaster plate in a smoothly polished golden frame. This snail is very large. If you compare its size to something here on earth and measure its width, it would be considerably higher than your Stadtschlossberg. Note 1. A hill 475 metres in the city of Graz, Styria. The colour of the animal that lives in this house is dark grey, and it has a protruding trunk the size of an immensely large elephant's. This trunk is far-reaching and extremely strong. On both sides of the trunk are two more trunks, which are weaker, and on the very ends of each of these trunks there is a sharp-sighted eye. On the underside of the snail there is a strong pair of whitish flippers which enable the snail to move fairly quickly over the ice whenever the surface of the ocean freezes. When this snail travels on the ocean, its house is turned upwards, and when you view this travelling snail from a distance, it looks like a swimming pyramid. This snail has a very vicious nature and attacks human beings by winding its trunk around its victims, crushing them, and putting them in its large mouth. But the Saturnites are well aware of this and are therefore well equipped when they want to catch this snail. They put a noose around its big trunk and close it fast, and the snail is as good as caught. Since the snail is an air-breathing animal and draws the air through its protruding trunk, it dies quickly when it can no longer inhale air through its trunk. The Saturnites know when the snail has died by the white liquid which escapes its mouth, because the liquid is already an initial sign of its internal decomposition. The people of Saturn gather this liquid because of its extraordinary fragrance, which by far surpasses your ambergris on earth. As soon as the dead snail ceases to produce this liquid, they turn it over to nature. Soon the vermin of the ocean take over, and within a few days they completely consume the snail. That is, only the snail itself, not its hard and firm shell. At the wide opening, the thickness of the shell is quite often anywhere from 24 to 30 feet. Once the shell has been cleansed in this manner, the Saturnites remove the shell from the ocean at the time of ebb, and it is taken to its destination in the same manner as the giant mussel. This snail's main source of nourishment is the kind of sword-tail crustaceans that were mentioned earlier, which exist in various sizes and in great number. None are larger than the so-called ocean crab, Macrochiera, but most of them are much smaller, often no larger than a grasshopper on earth. But how does this second species of snail, this pyramid snail, make a major catch of the swordtail crustaceans? This snail catches its prey when these crustaceans are the busiest, namely, when their attention is directed towards their own consumption of the stick snail. When the pyramid snail comes across a stick snail shell filled with these crustaceans, it winds its large trunk around it and takes it to the shore and places the snail house in such a way that its wide side is exposed. As soon as the crustaceans are out of the water, they begin to move out, one after the other. This is the pyramid snail's opportunity to eat them. These crustaceans are therefore, at the same time, a life-gathering middle animal class through which the life of one snail passes over potentized into the life of another. Between two larger animal classes, there is always a smaller animal class, which is ill-disposed towards the previous larger class, but which is soon consumed as tasty nourishment by the larger class that follows. The third kind of ocean snail on Saturn is the disc snail. This snail resembles to some extent the nautilus snail on Earth, but with the difference that your nautilus snail is of course considerably smaller, but much thicker in proportion to its platforms on both sides than the disc snail on Saturn to its platform. The disc of this snail often has a diameter of 600 to 720 feet, but the entire thickness from top to bottom is rarely much over 18 feet. At the time of the tide, this snail is on the ocean floor, whereas at the time of the ebb, it always swims on the surface. When the snail is on the ocean floor, it pushes its long trunk far above the surface of the water in order to inhale. Its position can be very easily determined through this, and it is usually caught while in that position. It is of course understood that this is done during medium tide, because during high tide none of Saturn's inhabitants would dare to be on the ocean. You may question why the disc snail is not captured at the time of ebb, while it swims on the surface of the ocean. This animal cannot be caught while on the surface, for it can travel there at a great speed and cannot be captured without great effort. And even if someone could catch up, no one would be able to hold on to the disc, because this otherwise gentle creature will, at the slightest touch, retract all its extremities immediately, and by means of one of its flippers that extends into the water, begin to turn at such speed that no one would dare to touch this large, fast-turning disc. What does this extremely peculiar snail actually look like? Indeed, I will tell you. You may immerse yourself in all kinds of wonderful fantasies, but you will not succeed in properly imagining the beauty of this snail. And this is the reason why the Saturnites seek to possess such a wondrous snail, often under severe circumstances and at great danger to themselves. As far as its house is concerned, this snail forms a complete circle, the opening bordering extensively along the flat pre-whirl and taking about a third of the total circle. The opening through which the disc snail arbitrarily projects its body and its wonderful extremities is not much wider than 3 feet, and the funnel-shaped rim of the elongated opening is so well and finely rounded that it tremendously enhances the entire splendor of the house, rather than giving it the appearance of something disorganized and incomplete. What does this house look like? Look and be astonished in your imagination. As far as the exterior of this house is concerned, it has a wonderful appearance. It can be compared to a house where a most artful and competent jeweller has trimmed it in a most multifarious, well-ordered fashion with all different kinds of precious gems. There is one row of diamond-like gems all around, with a weight of 1 pound each. Another row which follows is a row of rubies of the same weight, another one of emeralds, and so on, with all 12 kinds of the main precious gems. And in between each row is a stone border, a free space that has the appearance of a wide golden ribbon. This band contains, in an exalted form, the most wonderful drawings that faithfully depict the previous group of animal species whose life is unified in this snail. The end of this snail house is finished off with a gallery of upright little golden columns about 6 feet in height. This has an appearance as if a skilful sculptor had sculptured a railing around such a disc, wheel or rondel, and where the rods are artfully sculptured, little stick snails which are connected at the top with finely wound arches. These rods are in accordance with its kind. They are gold-coloured, like the gold of the stick snail itself. The winding arches have a more beautiful finish than the finest, shiniest polished gold. Above each arch, in an artful form, you will find the pyramid snail in miniature, with its very own peculiar colour. The railing becomes lower at the beginning of the opening of the shell, and eventually ceases completely where the animal projects its main extremities, for a distance of about 30 feet. That is what the upper part of this snail looks like. As mentioned before, the side walls are not any higher, wider or thicker than 18 feet, and it looks like a colonnade of columns of 12 feet in height. The columns are white throughout, and do not have a base or a capital. Instead, they rise from the lower protruding surface to the upper ceiling. The background behind the columns is also lightly coloured and resembles a rainbow. The elongated canal, or rather the elongated opening of the snail shell, is completely red, as sometimes on earth the clouds at sunset glow, and it has at the same time its own phosphorus luminosity, which, especially at night, is not less illuminated, and it appears like a cloud illuminated by the evening sun. What do the extremities of the snail look like? This snail extends a kind of round sail, like a peacock with its long erectile oscillated tail coverts. When there is wind on the surface of the ocean, the sail serves the purpose of propelling the snail at exceedingly fast speeds on the surface. During a calm wind, the snail fans the air with this large wheel-like sail so quickly that it moves rapidly over the surface of the ocean. This motion is accelerated by the lower extremities which are in the water. When this wheel-like sail is spread out, it is very beautiful. Its colour is pale violet. The border all around is a radiant red and self-illuminating, like clouds in the sunset glow. The entire wheel is divided into compartments at regular intervals, each of which is adorned with an excellent drawing of a stick snail, with the tapered end pointing downward. These compartments are adorned on the backside with sword-tail crustaceans, in perfect order from the smallest to the largest, and these drawings are a most beautiful gold carmine colour. Every compartment forms its own arch at the edge. In the front, this arch is adorned with a true reproduction of the disc snail itself, and on the backside on a light blue background with the pyramid snail. The outer edge of the arch on the backside is a dazzling white, and it also has its own evening cloud red luminosity, just like in the front. The long trunk, which the snail uses to inhale, is also completely white, but with a winding red ribbon. All along the centre of this ribbon are little pale greenish gold stars. This trunk also serves the snail as an arm to procure its nourishment. The snail's nourishment consists of a kind of ocean grass, which grows on the shores. In this grass, there are countless little gold worms, which serve the snail as supplemental nutrients. Through this supplementary nourishment, the snail acquires the life of all preceding species of animals. This snail already possesses its own strong instinct, and sometimes produces enough intelligence so that, in certain countries, some human beings bestow upon this snail a divine reverence. This was caused by the fact that this snail, when not provoked or pursued, will rescue an object which accidentally falls into the ocean, whether that object be animal or human. Whatever this snail finds helpless on the surface of the ocean, it seizes with its strong trunk and places upon its beautiful and spacious disk, and sails therewith to the shore, and deposits it with its trunk on dry land. This is also why this extremely beautiful water animal has been given so many different names by the Saturnites in the different countries. Some call it the ocean sweeper, because it cannot bear to have anything float on the surface of the ocean. Others call it the life-saver. Others again call it the ocean light. Others the living ship, or the miracle wheel, and there are many more such designations for this animal. Except for human beings, this animal has almost no enemies. Once it reaches a certain age, it dies. But when it dies, the beautiful house loses much of its splendor. That is why the Saturnites attempt to apprehend this animal alive, and then kill it, so that the splendor of this beautiful house remains. When this animal is killed, it floats on the surface of the ocean. The inhabitants take it quickly with their ships on one of the rivers towards their home. Once they have reached their destination, they carefully and skillfully remove the meat, so that the compartments of the big fan or sail are not damaged. The sail is then carefully removed from the firm body of the snail and carefully stretched out. And when it has properly dried, it is treated with extremely fragrant oils, through which it becomes soft and pliable. From this snail fan, they tailor a type of coat. But these coats are worn only by those Saturnites, especially in Hereford, who are held in high esteem as patriarchs. Such a fan maintains all its colours and drawings, but it loses its own luminosity. The remaining flesh of this snail is almost all grease. Therefore, they boil it out. This fat is then mixed with fragrant herbs, and the Saturnites prepare an extraordinarily exquisite ointment, which is used only by the patriarchs. But what happens to the beautiful house? It is carefully pulled on land by the Saturnites, and securely placed in a horizontal manner on an earth wall, built especially for the purpose, and mostly in one of the gardens of the patriarchs. This is a very pleasing sight. Many Saturnites enjoy looking at it, and on special occasions they even walk on it. However, walking on the house of the snail is done very rarely, because most patriarchs hold such garden adornment in high esteem, since on Saturn wealth is determined only by the splendor of one's garden. In order to increase the splendor of a garden, a shell of the pyramid snail is placed on one side of the shell of the disc snail. It is not unusual for one patriarch to have up to 100 of these adornments in a straight line in his garden, that is, of both species the same amount. It should suffice to say that all you have to do is to awaken the power of your imagination, and you will be astonished at the magnificence and splendor of such a garden. Because one row of those diamonds with which the surface of a snail house is adorned, is more valuable than the treasury of an emperor on earth, not even counting the other precious gems and radiant gold as well as all the other splendour which is contained in these gardens of the patriarchs. We will discuss the other two snails in the chapters that follow. For today, however, I say Amen. Chapter 15. The Seven Snail. Practical utilization of its shell. Weight ratios on Saturn. The fourth snail cannot compete in splendour with the disk snail, although it greatly surpasses it in size. The people of Saturn usually call it the large seven snail, not because its shell houses 7 individual snails, but because the shell of this snail consists of 7 straight upward, tower-high spires, which emerge as an outgrowth from the snail's elliptical shell. The main housing for the snail is completely oval, like an egg. The tapered end is always in the water, whereas the obtuse part is always pointing upwards. The whirl is not visible on the housing, because it is only on the inside of the shell. However, as far as the whirl is concerned, you will find an outgrowth of such a spire wherever it has completed one circle. These outgrowths are arranged in such a fashion that the largest of these spires emerges at the very top of the shell in the centre, and the other spires surround the largest one in a descending order. One of these outgrowths resembles a large stick snake, but with the difference that these spires are considerably longer, and they are much thicker in diameter at the bottom, at the main housing. The opening of the shell is completely round and is in a good ratio with the entire immense size of this crustacean. The body fills the large shell, so that the outgrowths can be pulled in at the animal's discretion. The snail projects the outgrowths if it wishes to dive underwater, and, if it wishes to be on the surface, it constricts itself with the outgrowths into the centre of the shell, through which it rises to the surface of the water. The body of this snail, which pushes through the opening onto the surface of the water, is completely white and sometimes resembles a snail on earth, except that this snail has a large, long trunk in the front between its 4 large feelers, which it uses very effectively to catch its nourishment. Its nourishment consists of all kinds of sea herbs. Sometimes it eats an octopus, which it tears loose by force from the ocean floor and places in its large mouth. On the 2 large upper feelers it has sharp-sighted eyes, which, with the aid of the feelers, it can turn in any direction. When this snail discovers any prey, it quickly rushes to the place and catches it immediately, whether it be some kind of seaweed or an octopus. In order that it can travel, it has two strong flipper-like arms under the opening, with which it catches the water and, through this motion, propels itself forward. How large is this snail? It has a diameter of 3,000 feet. The outgrowth in the centre is higher than the highest tower on earth. Note 1, this book was written in 1841-42. The diameter at the foot is often anywhere from 120 to 180 feet and tapers like a pyramid to a point at the top. The colour of the shell is tinged between green and blue. From the centre outgrowth run whitish-blue stripes that give the shell a tiger-like appearance. However, there are no other adornments. As far as the outgrowths are concerned, they look like a stick snail, as mentioned before, only the opening of the snail is purple. This snail is considered to be a good catch by Saturnites. When the meat has been removed from the shell is moved on the water in the manner mentioned before, to an inland location, and the pointed part of the shell is immersed into the dry soil up to the level of the opening. Then this type of vessel is used as a kind of container for seed or kernel fruit. Sometimes openings are installed on all sides of this snail house, and on the inside of the shell a floor is installed. In this manner, this snail house is used as a magnificent dwelling by the children of Saturn. The reason for this is that such a residential home can be kept very clean because of its extraordinary interior smoothness. The foundation of the floor consists of sand. In other words, the shell floor is filled with completely dry sand, right up to the opening. White flat stones are placed upon the sand, always in the most beautiful order. These stones are plentiful in Hereford. When the floor has been laid, then the building is ready, and it looks like a large dome, above which rise the well-known spires. The tips are cut off so that light can enter, but also so that the fumes and the smoke from the fires that gather can escape. Since this species of snail is not too plentiful in Hereford, such houses can usually be owned only by the patriarchs who live at the ocean shores. Because of its size and extraordinary massiveness, such a snail shell is even too heavy for the strong giant Saturnites to transport far inland. As far as the massiveness of this shell is concerned, the thickness of the walls is anywhere from 24 to 30 feet. If you take this into consideration, it might give you an idea as to its weight. If the ratio of gravity were the same on Saturn as on Earth, then it would be completely impossible to transport such a shell, even if there were powers superior to those of the Saturnites. That which weighs 100 pounds on Earth hardly weighs 1 pound under Saturn's ring. The Saturnites can even reduce this weight by artificial means, namely through the rarefaction of air in the interior. This method is employed especially when transporting the shell of this snail. The Saturnites use the dry branches of the pyramid tree, which are rich in resin, and they push them through the opening of the shell while they are burning. Through this combustion, the air in the empty housing becomes so thin that it can be moved with ease. The people of Saturn are great masters in aerostatics. All of this will be explained in more detail in the chapters that follow. This concludes the chapter of the seven snail. Here too, awaken the power of your imagination a little, and you will look with great amazement upon this animal, as well as the utilization of its house from the viewpoint of the inhabitants of Saturn. And you will be even more amazed if I tell you that such a building is of an indestructible firmness. Some of these shells on Saturn are older than your civilization. The older the building gets, the firmer it becomes. That is why the oldest of these buildings is held in high regard. Even though you might be amazed by this, keep in mind that these giant animals of this planet are only miniature creatures when compared to other animal species on Saturn. But they are even larger on Jupiter, and unrivaled in size to those that exist on the Sun. Contemplate what has been said thus far, and look forward to what is in store for you. For today I say, Amen. Chapter 16. The giant illuminated ray snail. Its appearance during ocean storms. This, the fifth snail, is the last in the order of the snails. At the same time, it is the largest, and in one respect the most peculiar. This snail is called the ray snail. It is seen by the inhabitants of Saturn only before the most severe ocean storms, which we discussed earlier. Its shape is the most magnificent that you can imagine. In order to make a comparison, there is nothing on Earth that is similar. But, to give you an idea, imagine a large cut brilliant. Because this snail is so angular, the top part is more flat, whereas it is more pointed at the lower parts. The edges, which on the upper portion are several thousand in number, are arranged in the most beautiful order, and all of them are in triangles. They look like polished golden stripes 3 feet wide, which are everywhere enclosed by a completely equilateral triangular area. The triangular plate measures 18 feet on each side, and none is larger or smaller. Only on the very top of the snail is there a larger area which is not triangular. It has 32 points, and is similar to a compass dial which, at its outer ends, is also trimmed with wide gold stripes. These plates are as translucent as a cut diamond and are of the same hardness. All these facets have the ability to absorb the light of the sun and the stars and then emit it at night when it becomes darker in the various refraction of rays. What is the size of this snail? While it is on the surface of the ocean, it could easily accommodate all the houses, streets, and squares of your capital city. The shell itself is 60 feet thick, and from the top of the shell to the tip of the bottom is 1,800 feet. As far as the width is concerned, the diameter usually exceeds 1 geographic mile. The opening of this shell is elliptical and has a diameter of 420 feet. The snail stretches its massive head, which is very similar to that of a walrus, through this opening. It stretches its head so far over the surface of the ocean, and mostly so straight, especially during storms, that on Earth it could see over high mountains with ease. Despite its tremendous size, this snail has a gentle nature and does nobody any harm. Its nourishment consists of the 3 different kinds of food. First, water plants, which are also very large in size and in abundance. Secondly, the large sea worms. Thirdly, at times it feeds on seabirds, which are a delicacy for the snail. It only eats these birds during severe storms, because during calm water, this giant animal is usually in the depths of the ocean. On a dark, stormy night when the snail emerges from the depths of the ocean, it often spreads such a strong light that an area of 100 square geographic miles on the ocean is completely illuminated. Imagine that during a storm, the many mountains of the water almost reach the sky, and you are standing on a high mountain overlooking several thousand square geographic miles of ocean, where here and there such ray snails emerge. This will give you a small idea of the spectacle this view affords the people on this planet. It becomes especially imposing when several of these snails emerge in groups and raise their long necks above the surface of the ocean while they hunt for the storm birds that fly about. However, for you, using your terminology, such a sight would be gruesome and awfully beautiful. This snail is not captured by the Saturnites, because during the calm, it is never on the surface of the ocean. Secondly, the shell is too heavy to transport anywhere on land for a particular purpose. This snail reaches a very old age and usually lives 30 Saturnian years. When it dies, the entire shell falls apart, and everything else decays as well in due time. The flesh is usually devoured by a kind of fish that resembles the sharks in the oceans of earth, but has an even greater resemblance to the crocodiles. This concludes the chapter about the ray snail. Here, too, awaken the power of your imagination, and with the help of the information given, you should be able to achieve a proper conception of this animal. In the next chapter, we will deal with the third group of crustaceans. But first, we will discuss the turtles. Note 1. In the original manuscript, there is no mention of this species of crustacean. The description of these will amaze you even more than the mussels and snails. For now, I say Amen. Chapter 17. More information about water animals. The largest whale-like fish, Paisorihohiohio, a transformer of the spiritual astral of water animals to animals of the air. Up until now, much information has been given about this planet and its planetary structure, as well as its domain or land, plants and animals, and where there was a break in sequence, while describing the outstanding species of snails. We will now briefly and in a comprehensible manner continue with the description. We will not linger too long with the individual species. Instead, we will discuss only the most important matters, and we will offer a general overview of all the other things. Consequently, we will describe in passing the animals that live in the water in general, and then turn to the inhabitants of the air. We will not linger with them for too long either, and the same applies to the land animals, in order to sooner discuss the human beings on this celestial body. Now we will return to the water animals. You have been given an understanding of the large water masses and immense oceans which are on this planet. And you also know that on Earth the largest and mightiest animals live in the water. You will find the same circumstances on Saturn. Naturally, the species and classes are much different, and they have little or no resemblance to those on Earth. We will only mention a few. First of all, those that belong to the enormously large family of fish. The largest of all fish on Saturn is the Paisorihohiohio. This fish is approximately on the same level as the whale on Earth. However, as far as its shape is concerned, there is a vast difference. This fish has a completely round head, 600 feet high. Therefore, This head has the appearance of a bowl with a diameter of 600 feet and opens backwards in the middle. This head has no teeth or gills. In both the lower part and upper part of this immense round cavity of the mouth, there are two completely flat, round, hard discs. At the rearmost part, or entrance to the wide throat, there is a long, pliable double tongue, which this fish uses in order to pull the nourishment which has been crushed by the two discs into the throat. And of course, the huge main body is connected to this immense head. A fully grown adult fish has a main body length of approximately 18,000 feet and a height of 9,000 feet, measured from the abdominal area to the back, the dorsum. This fish is up to 6,000 feet in diameter at its largest circumference. In addition, this fish has a tail of 6,000 feet in length, which it uses for turning and movement. On the back of this fish, there are extraordinarily strong fins, which are over 600 feet in diameter. In the abdominal area, there are two swimming arms, similar to those of the seals or walruses on Earth. If you picture the bisarihohiohio in your imagination, it should become clear to you that if this fish were lying somewhere on a shore on Earth, and if it were to spread its dorsal fins, it could compete with some of the higher mountains on Earth. Even the Saturnites call this fish a swimming mountain, a swimming island, or a swimming land, and some even call it a water planet. The question arises, do the Saturnites catch this fish? The answer is no, because every person on Saturn has an extraordinary respect for this fish. When this fish sees something approaching it on the surface of the water, it opens its large spherical head and travels with great speed towards the object and crushes it with the great power and weight of its head and devours it as soon as it enters the throat. Fortunately, the habitat of this fish is mostly only the polar regions, which, on account of permanent snow and ice, are much less accessible for the Saturnites than the polar regions of Earth. It is therefore a rare occasion that such a fish is seen by someone on Saturn. But if it is spotted in the northern parts, which is the habitat of this fish, this is considered a bad omen. As a result of it, the people flee as far inland as possible, because they are of the opinion that this fish has been sent by the evil spirits of the ice for their demise. At the spot where such a fish has been spotted, nobody dares to set foot for a long time. This is also why the northern parts of Saturn are rarely inhabited at all. You might now ask, what then is the actual purpose of this fish? This fish is the last organ of acceptance of everything that is spiritual astral in the water animals. And it distributes this spiritual astral to all kinds of animals of the air. Because not only does one future kind of air animal develop in this organ in accordance with the spiritual substantial part, but the entire future species of air animals of this celestial body originate from it. And without this fish becoming extinct because of it. In this respect, this fish resembles a small planet rather than an animal, which is also a lasting organism through which countless spiritual species pass through and develop, one distinct from the other. This applies also to your whale on earth. However, regarding the general effect, the whale is far behind the Baisoriohiohio, because the whale on earth only prepares feathered animal species of the polar regions, whereas the Saturn whale provides the entire planet with the feathered inhabitants of the air. In other words, within this fish, the souls from the water animals are transposed into all the various kinds of souls of the feathered inhabitants of the air. This fish is therefore the largest and at the same time the most noteworthy of this entire planet. Besides this, there are countless classes of fish and amphibians of all kinds imaginable, different in size, form, and usefulness. Besides this giant fish, there are approximately another 100 kinds which, in regards to size, measure up to your whale on earth. In order to mention and describe them all in detail would not serve the purpose of why I disclose this planet to you. However, if you were spiritually more alert, it would be very easy for you to look at even the smallest detail, not only on Saturn, but also on other planets, without any explanation from me. With this chapter, we have come to the conclusion regarding information about the water animals of this planet, and we shall now turn our attention to the inhabitants of the air, which will be of considerable more interest to you than all the species of water animals of which you have learned up to now. Chapter 18. Flying insects. The Saturn fly. The flying star. The giant butterfly corn and the utilization of its plumage. If you look about the earth, you will find, besides the many species of birds, an even larger number of classes of species of those small winged animals which are known to you under the general name of flying insects. Such creatures also exist in large numbers on Saturn, in a great variety of species and kinds. As on Earth, the fly is one of the most important insects amongst them. This is also the only animal on Saturn which resembles the fly on Earth in every respect, though on the lakes and rivers you find a larger kind of fly, in countless numbers. This fly is bluish-white during the day. After sunset, when it is usually very active, it illuminates like a light star, almost like a lanternfly, genera Fulgora laternaria, in America, and in other southern tropical countries. Of course, this larger species of Saturnian fly surpasses all those on Earth in the brightness of its light, because its light is completely white, and it is larger than any flying insect on Earth. At night, the Saturnites often enjoy the playful flight of these insects, when thousands of them crisscross the air. This is an animal that is noteworthy and belongs to the class of the inhabitants of the air. Another kind of insect, which is at home on Saturn and on no other planet, is the flying star. This animal begins its particular vital activity only at night. Its habitat during the day is the well-known pyramid tree. At night, just after sunset, it is an uplifting spectacle for the Saturnites, when at dusk thousands of such illuminated stars fly away from a pyramid tree. Why is this insect given the name flying star? Because it has on each side of its elongated round body 3 pointed pyramidal wings that shine very brightly. When these wings are spread out, it gives the insect the shape of a 6-pointed star. When this insect is completely grown, it has a diameter of 9 inches, and its wings shine particularly brightly during flight. Since the flying star does not stray too far from its abode, these giant trees adopt a radiating appearance throughout the night, when thousands of stars buzz around in all directions. Besides this glowing insect, there are a number of other insects which glow at night in various colours. However, their light is not as strong and they are considerably smaller. That is why the Saturnites pay less attention to them. There are also several larger groups of birds. By night, their plumage emits a very bright light, especially when in flight. Since there is not much more to be found which is of particular importance in the insect kingdom, we will immediately turn our attention to the kingdom of the birds. And while we are on this bridge of transition, we will dedicate some of our attention to the butterflies. Just as the butterflies on Earth carry the most beautiful colours and markings on their wings, on Saturn this applies even more so. A butterfly which is known as com is the largest and most magnificent of all the butterflies on this celestial body. When it spreads its wings, it covers 1,719 square yards of ground. Its body is approximately 120 feet long and has a diameter of almost 6 feet. Its feet are stronger than those of an elephant on earth. Each foot has 6 members and is structured in such a manner that it can be extended when necessary. Its feelers look almost like 2 poplar trees, which protrude from its head. The feelers have branches which are in regular intervals right and left of each other, similar to the arrangement of the needles on some coniferous trees. The proboscis is longer and stronger than that of an elephant on earth, and this is what this butterfly looks like. In accordance with its body, it resembles a robust creature. But that is not the case at all. This creature is extraordinarily shy and is very difficult to apprehend. And this difficulty is increased significantly by its swift flight. The young girls on Saturn are the best qualified and most skillful in capturing this animal, because it is much more effortless for them to float in the air than the males. For this purpose, they use a pair of artificial wings and follow the butterfly with great speed. When they catch it in the air, there is great jubilation among them. They use everything the butterfly provides for decorating their clothing, because there is hardly a planet where the female gender, especially the younger generation, attaches as much value to pretty clothing as on Saturn. In order to understand why this butterfly is of so much value, it will be necessary to show its splendor. It will, however, be fairly difficult to give you a proper idea of the supernatural beauty of this butterfly. Its wings are completely square, except that they have a tapered tip on both sides at the ends towards the head, which is approximately 9 feet long and closely resembles a wide sword. The colour of the upper part of the wing looks like brightly polished rose-coloured gold. On this golden surface hang a large number of the most beautiful feathers of all possible colours. These colours sparkle in a polished metallic radiance and change with the slightest movement. The feathers are attached to the surface of the wings in such an order that the most beautiful markings and forms emerge through this. These markings are not of a permanent nature, as they are on the wings of your butterflies, but the order is such that entirely different and wonderful forms appear continuously through the different movements by which the colours are changed. The edges of the wings are adorned with feathers similar to the train of a peacock on earth, except that they are much larger and more vivaciously scintillating in their blaze of colour. The underside of the wings is similar to a polished gold surface, as if covered with a fine green layer of paint. The feet of this butterfly are also attired with the most magnificent feathers, as well as the entire body. The feelers, however, are the most beautiful part of this animal. Its main stem is extremely light and looks completely like translucent gold. If you can imagine, it reflects all kinds of different colours with every movement, almost like a cut diamond stick, to which the same kind of feathers with which the edges of the wings are adorned are attached on both sides. The proboscis is a dazzling white colour and sparingly wound around with ribbons that surpass a rainbow in their splendour of colours. The most wonderful things are the eyes of this butterfly. You would not be able to look into them because of their tremendous sparkle, just as you cannot look at the sun when it rises or sets. When the butterfly is killed, the splendour of its eyes ceases. That is why the eyes are not valued as much. However, regardless of this, they are carefully removed and the liquid is drained. Through skillful preparation, the women make a kind of handbag or purse out of them, which, because of its translucency and durability, is used by the elegant ladies of this planet, as on Earth the so-called ridicule, which is either a net-like bag or knitted bag. Whatever this butterfly provides, nothing is discarded except for the naked inner body. Everything else is used for adornment in the most extraordinary manner. Why does this kind of finery have such extraordinary value? There are 3 reasons. First, this beautiful creature, because of its rarity, is very hard to come by. Second, the feathers are very durable. The women on Saturn consider them to be indestructible. And third, the feathers are unbelievably light and retain their colour and splendour. There is a group of birds whose feathers are similar to those of this butterfly. These bird feathers are offered by certain profiteers on Saturn as the real thing. But there are also well-educated experts who can differentiate the real feathers from the false, the same as jewellers on Earth can differentiate an imitation from a precious stone. But beware when such a swindler falls into the hands of the women to whom he sold these false feathers. They sharpen the quill of the false feathers and scratch him with it all over, so that in the future he will not dare to sell imitation merchandise to someone else. Furthermore, no one will buy anything more from a merchant who bears these kinds of scars. This is our famous butterfly. You have learned how this animal is captured and what it is used for. It is not really necessary to mention how the women on Saturn use it as an adornment, but in passing it can be mentioned that some women who are very vain cover their entire bodies with the wings of this butterfly, so that when you look at them, they look almost like the butterfly itself. This should suffice, because it is not necessary to learn more about it, and as far as I am concerned, this display of vanity is no more pleasing to me here on Saturn than it is on Earth. You can well imagine that besides this butterfly, there are still countless numbers of such animals in all colours, kinds, species, and sizes. And you can deduce this easily from the multifariousness of everything that is on this planet. Chapter 19. The different kinds of bats. The flying cow. The flying ribbon. The jewellery trade on Saturn. Before we begin with the actual species of birds, we will discuss a species of flying animal which on Earth belongs to the class of bats, Chiroptera, and others like it, animals with modified limbs covered with a membranous skin that serves as wings. Do we find these kinds of animals on Saturn? Most definitely so, and considerably more so than on Earth. There are no bats in the actual sense. However, there are other creatures in large amounts which have such wings. If you were to deal with each of these animals in particular, you would require more than 10,000 sheets of paper. In this instance, however, it serves no particular purpose. Therefore, we will discuss only a few animals of this order, and with the others we will deal only in general. A particular peculiar type of these animals is called the flying cow. It is exceptionally beautiful and is approximately the size of a fully grown ox on Earth, except that towards the tail it is about 3 feet longer. It has 4 feet with beautiful dazzling white claws. It is red on the back and light green in the abdominal area. The skin has a shine to it, similar to the finest silk velvet on Earth. The head has a great resemblance to a greyhound, only it is a completely different colour. Beginning from the neck to the head, it is light blue, and from the back of the neck to the snout, it has a red stripe. The lower part of the head gradually changes to a dark blue. In the area of the front feet, there are 2 long arms, right and left, which, when stretched out, cover a diameter of 36 feet. From these arms span a strong skin in connection with the hind feet. It is understood that this only occurs when the animal intends to fly. When this animal does not fly, the arms are folded. Each arm has 3 members. The arms fit so snugly to the rest of the body that they are hardly noticeable even if you are close by. However, when the flying cow spreads its wings to fly, it has the most beautiful appearance. The skin of the arms is also a dazzling white, and each arm has at its end 4 well-shaped fingers with strong pointed nails for the purpose of holding on to things. The winged skin looks like the finest polished gold and is adorned with light red dots and stripes in regular intervals that run into each other. The edges of this winged skin are trimmed, as if with a shining rainbow, which ends everywhere into completely dazzling white strings more than 30 inches long, which shine like glass threads, more than the finest silk. The eyes of the flying cow are extremely sharp and lively, and at dusk They sparkle like diamonds. The snout of this animal is dark red, and its mouth has a fresh red colour like roses. Its numerous teeth look like pure crystal. Its tongue is bright red and proportionately very long, so that this animal can make use of it for many things, such as washing its face and cleaning its entire body. Because this animal has a particularly pliable body, it can use its tongue for drinking just like a dog on earth. And when this animal rolls up its tongue lengthwise, which it does all the time when it takes to the air, it produces through this tube-like tongue a very loud whistling sound, which can be heard far and wide. Why do they call this animal the flying cow? It has a full and complete udder with 4 teats between its 2 hind legs, and this udder is filled with an extremely fine-tasting milk as soon as its young are born. That is why the Saturnites often capture it, and in many areas it is tamed as a highly beneficial domesticated animal. And this is made easier because the animal is extremely gentle. When it bears its young, there is only 1 male among 6 calves. When this male is fully grown, it differs from the female in that instead of having an udder, like a sheep earth, it has a scrotum, and on its head it has 1 small completely white horn that is slightly bent backwards between its 2 down-hanging white ears. If you could make use of the power of your imagination, it would not be difficult to imagine the beauty of this animal. You will probably think and say, "Why is this animal so beautiful, and what purpose does it serve?" But I say to you, if you direct your attention towards the beauty of the flowers on earth, as well as their multifarious forms and shapes, could you not ask in this instance as well, why must the blossom be so beautiful? Would it not be more suitable for such a simple seed kernel to produce a much less striking blossom? Behold, for questions of this kind, the answers have not yet matured, for regarding the beauty of such creatures, it will be impossible for you to grasp the reason, since it lies in the realm of my light or wisdom. Therefore, be content solely with the idea that, by accepting the commonly valid reason for all these kinds of forms and shapes, I, the good above all and the most wise creator of all things, know why I created all things and creatures in this manner. After we have taken a look at this creature, we will take a look at other flying animals. The Saturnites call this animal the flying ribbon, or at times the flying rope. How does this animal come by its name? Once we have taken a closer look at it, the explanation will become clear. Behold, the body of this animal resembles the body of a well-shaped monkey on earth. When it walks, it does so on its hind feet, just like a human being. The front paws are very long and equipped with a flying membrane along the side of the body right to the middle of the hind legs. Otherwise, this animal uses his front paws in the same manner as a monkey. When it stands upright, it is 18 feet tall, and when it squats, it is half as tall. The body of the flying ribbon has nothing exceptional about it, other than that the abdominal area is light blue and it has dark red wool towards the end of the back. In accordance with that, what is actually distinctive about this animal? It is its long tail, which it only spreads out when it flies. When this animal walks around, it rolls up its tail so skillfully that it comes to rest right above the coccygeal vertebra, as if someone would have a tight round roll on his back. A mature animal has a tail approximately 540 to 600 feet long, with an approximate width of 30 inches. However, this tail is so fine when it is rolled up that it hardly has a diameter of 18 inches. The entire tail has so-called internal feeling threads, which cause the rolling up of the tail. Because the tail has no bony members, this is only an extension of the skin on the back. The tail has the colours of the lightest rainbow, and on the top, as well as on the bottom, it has extremely short and fine wool-like uncut silk velvet, so that this wool forms many little, very light glimmering wool warts. Now you know why this animal is called the flying ribbon. You will rarely find this creature still in possession of its tail, especially in highly inhabited areas, because the Saturnites hunt it to a great extent, and it can be easily caught during the day, since it does not fly during the daytime. Once it is caught, nothing will happen to this animal other than losing its tail. The tail is cut off very close to its back and is used by the Saturnites, especially the aristocrats, to enhance one's clothing. Again, the women are the ones who adorn themselves with it, after the tail has been treated with fragrant flower oils, in order to make it pliable and, like your leather, durable and tough. Usually the tail is worn as a headband, but it is also girded around the loins. This animal is always a welcome guest for Saturnites. And, since the tail grows back again, this animal is tamed and kept as a domesticated animal. The jewel merchants on Saturn breed these animals, and since the price is determined by the length of the tail, they usually stitch 2 or even 3 shorter tails together and sell them as one. When such a fraud is discovered, the women will punish such jewel merchants severely. On Saturn, it is often the case that women exercise jurisdiction over men, since the men on Saturn are usually much in love, just as on Earth. This is the reason why men are more yielding and therefore often fooled because of their love for their women, and therefore they are also at the mercy of these fashion-conscious women. On the other hand, in comparison to those on Earth, these women are incomparably more modest and more domesticated. This is why the men are so inclined towards them and gladly grant them many privileges. However, when we discuss the Saturnites, we will deal with this aspect in more detail. Let us now return to the animals. Chapter 20. The host of flying animals without plumage. The kingdom of birds. The water hen behor, a large species of heron. Heaven's messenger. The flight tone accord of these birds. Song and music of the Saturnites. As mentioned, the numerous species of flying animals on Saturn are so extensive that it would take more than 10,000 sheets of paper to record their names. However, their various forms and shapes are much more admirable than their great multitude. Almost all quadruped animals on Saturn, as well as the many species of fish, also find a modification in these flying creatures. The situation is such that if all the tame and wild animals on Earth, the amphibians and water animals, would have wings just like the bat, you would have winged elephants, horses, oxen, lions, tigers, hyenas, and so on throughout the entire animal kingdom. What was given above as an example for earthly understanding is a reality on Saturn, with the difference that the flying animals are considerably smaller, which correspond to those which have no wings and inhabit the firm ground or waters of this planet. These animals are of course also much larger in size, stronger and mightier. By now, you might have an idea how lively everything must be on Saturn. And the pleasant part about all this is that these creatures are mostly gentle. Through the power of their will, the Saturnites are constant masters of the elements, as well as of most animals. There are only a few animals which have the reputation of the Baisoriohiohio. Since we have taken a look at the flying animals on Saturn, which belong to the class without plumage, and we have learned how great their numbers are and their multifariousness, the thought should emerge and should result in the following question. If there are so many flying creatures on this planet, how will they all be able to exist? If all of these animals would take to flight, the entire airspace must be occupied. However, this concern on your behalf for this large planet is completely in vain. Think about one fact only. This planet is over 1,000 times larger than the Earth, and as you know, it has over 70 continents, several of which have the same surface area as the entire Earth's surface, even if all the oceans and all the other waters were solid land. On Earth, human beings can walk around, even though in the air, on land, in the ground, and in the water, there are millions of creatures of all kinds. And just as people on Earth are not too much bothered by animals, the same applies to the inhabitants of Saturn. Irrespective of the fact that there are so many different and peculiar species of animals on this planet, you will see even fewer animals roaming about free in nature than on Earth, where everything moves about in much smaller circles than on Saturn. In order that you may have an idea of the vastness of this planet, I should like to draw your attention to what has been mentioned earlier about this celestial body regarding the distance between the dwellings of the inhabitants on Saturn. As far as the housing of the inhabitants is concerned, the same applies to all the other circumstances. Everything has its completely sufficient space or room. That is why border disputes are as good as unknown on this celestial body. This fact must be mentioned in advance so that you do not fall victim to disbelief when I give you an account of all the feathered inhabitants of the air and the animals which inhabit the land. Now we will turn our attention to the birds. You know how multifarious this species is, even on your small planet. When you begin your account with the large ostrich and continue all the way to the small hummingbird. But how small is the Earth's surface in comparison to the much larger surface of Saturn? On Saturn, there are thousands of times more species of these types of animals than on Earth. If you wish to determine the number of species, I can tell you. If on Saturn there were only one male and one female of each species, there would be 240 million birds. Naturally, there is not one genus of bird alone in one and the same land, but there exists also in each country other species. The species that inhabit the southern part of a country do not resemble those of the northern parts, even though they belong to one and the same species. For example, there is a water hen or coot, which is very well known on Saturn. It looks entirely different in southern water than it does in northern. All species of birds, tame and wild, are different in shape, in colour and usefulness, from south to north and from east to west, in one and the same country. From what has been said thus far, you can gather that it is impossible to record all the names of all these animals in one lifetime. You must also concede that it would be an even greater impossibility to describe every individual bird in accordance with its species, all its functions, form and shape, as well as its determination. Therefore, we shall only briefly describe the first and the largest bird on Saturn from the feathered kingdom of the animals. The name of our bird is Behor, or the airship. You can believe that if this bird were on Earth, it would take up more space than the largest ocean liner, without even taking its wingspan into consideration. When this bird is in flight, or has its wings spread, in accordance with your measurements, the tips of the two outermost flight feathers are a good hour's distance from each other. Note 1. 3.75 kilometers. The quills of the flight feathers have a larger diameter than the trunk of the largest oak tree on Earth. And each of the feathers on the wings has a length from the quill to the outermost tip of approximately 4,800 feet. This bird also has very long and strong legs. When it is standing on the ground, its feet are proportionately just as long as a heron's on Earth. Why does this bird have such disproportionately long legs? Because it is an aquatic bird, and therefore its habitat is the ocean shore, where it lives on fish. You will never see it on land. It either swims on the water or flies low above the water. That is why the Saturnites call it the flying ship. Is this bird beautiful? The answer is no. It is not plagued by beauty. If you imagine a heron, but on a much larger scale, you will have approximately the shape of our flying ship. Its colour is ash-grey throughout, and at times dark brown. Its beak resembles that of a goose, and its head is about the same, only proportionately larger. A fish in the waters on Saturn that has the size of a fully developed shark on Earth is devoured by this bird with the same ease as if you would eat a strawberry. This will give you an idea of its size and shape. Some of you might ask, is this giant bird dangerous in any way? No, not at all. The biho is very fearful and will flee when approached by a human being, even a child. Its size is deceptive, because it has very little to do with that bird's actual strength. Only its large, many-fathom-long feathers make it look so large. If robbed of its feathers, it would not weigh by far as much as the weakest woman on this planet. Now we have learned about one bird, the largest on this planet. This bird is also quite different at the various oceans in regards to size, colour and shape. The next bird in line is the most peculiar on Saturn and is known as Heaven's Messenger. This bird resembles a white pigeon on Earth as far as shape and colour are concerned, though it is 500 times larger. The Saturnites believe that this bird flies constantly in the air, because nobody has ever seen Heaven's Messenger sitting or resting anywhere. The Saturnites are right in one respect, because the Heaven's Messenger does not rest anywhere on land. It flies about very leisurely, high in the air at times and then low. But when it becomes hungry, it flies with great speed towards the ocean shores, where it hides in the remotest corners and seeks its nourishment there, which consists of a kind of fatty white cliff moss. Once the bird has eaten and regained its strength, it flies inland again to extraordinary heights. This it usually does early in the morning before sunrise, which is one reason why it is also called the Sun Messenger in some areas of Saturn. While in flight, this bird sings the most beautiful songs, in a much more perfect manner than the nightingale on Earth. This is why this bird is also called the Merry Morning Singer, especially by the Saturnian women. Even though this white bird is mostly sighted and heard quite frequently in parts of the country which are situated close to the ocean, the people still stand and watch it until they lose sight of it in the distance. At times, the Saturnites are so taken by this bird that they would bestow upon it a divine reverence if this were allowed by the spirit angels of the planet. But this will not happen, For these birds have an inborn instinct. They avoid nothing more than the gaze of a human being. If a person on Saturn merely envisages such a bird, he may be assured that the bird will soon withdraw this person's desire to view it. That is why this bird inhabits places which are inaccessible to the view of the Saturnites. Especially noteworthy is this bird's sometimes extraordinarily fast flight. It is not that easy to gain the right concept of its speed. Once this bird has reached a certain height, it easily travels 1,000 geographic miles in 1 hour. When this bird is in flight during the night, it glistens throughout in a bright white colour. And because it flies at high speeds, it almost has the appearance of a shooting star. It prefers to fly across land at night, when it becomes a major spectacle for Saturnites. Some Saturnites are so fond of these light apparitions that, in those regions where this bird is at home, they lie on their backs on a hill without trees, so as to have an unobstructed view of such a bird in flight. There is one other peculiarity. If 2 or 3 birds fly in a straight line at high speeds, they produce a pure sound by cutting through Saturn's air. When several of these birds fly in this manner in the same direction, almost each bird produces another sound. These sounds often form a chord which swells from a pianissimo to a fortissimo and fades again to a pianissimo, the same as a tone or chord on the piano. This is why this bird holds many extraordinary attractions for the Saturnites. Although they are very fond of singing and especially of harmonious chords, they are not very musical. They have the simplest and most primitive musical instruments, but they have much better singing voices. The women usually sing the melody, and the men sing only the chords. These singers often amuse themselves for days with one chord, after they are fortunate enough to have found one. However, it is very difficult for them to find another good or harmonious chord after an interruption. As far as the Saturnites are concerned, any other circumstances will be presented in a clear manner at the right time. Since we cannot report anything more of great importance in regard to our heaven's messenger, sunbird and merry morning singer, we shall turn to another of our feathered inhabitants of the air. Chapter 21. The singers above the rivers and lakes, the masters of the art of fugue, the northern singer of the air, the most effective music. The species of birds which we will now discuss are called the singers above the rivers and lakes. These birds were mentioned once before because of their delightful singing. However, we will dedicate a little more attention to them, and first take a look at their shape. These birds somewhat resemble the swans on Earth, only 20 to 30 times larger in size, and the neck is not as long proportionately, but instead is much thicker. The head is proportionately larger than the head of a swan. These birds have a very flexible larynx, which is in contact with a very agile tongue, and in proportion to the rest of the body, they have large, very elastic lungs with a large air capacity. They are the actual musicians on this planet. As far as music is concerned, they are entertainers. This bird never repeats anything it sings. Even if it sings for years, it will never repeat a melody it has already sung. This, however, is not what is surprising as far as the musical art of these aquatic singers is concerned. But when several of these birds gather, which is what usually happens because they like to sing in company, you will never hear one disharmonious chord. Should one of these birds begin to sing, it will not take long for a second, third, fourth, and so on to join in. But it will never be one and the same melody. In spite of this, each bird will sing its own particular melody, but, guided by its very sensitive feelings, the singing of the other birds will never be in disharmonious contrast, even if there are up to 30 or more. The singing of these birds would be a feast to the ears of every friend of the strictest and most accomplished fugue. Not only is there a continuous meeting of new ideas, but these ideas are modulated and change the fundamental tone so suddenly that even the greatest composer on earth would not be able to imagine it. And imagine that the purest of voices are added to all of this. The voice of the best singer on earth would be a mere shriek by comparison. This will give you an idea of what great enjoyment these birds represent to the Saturnites, who from birth are great friends of music. All I can tell you is that if it were possible to hear only 3 tones from the throat of such an aquatic singer, all the music on earth would be repulsive to you for the rest of your life. These aquatic singers are also the reason why the Saturnites themselves do not show too much interest in the subject of music, even though they are great friends of music. They say, when compared with these singers, our throats are nothing but clumsy wood, and the sounds that we compose are so bad by comparison that you cannot listen to them. And as long as the great Spirit of Spirits allows us to have these singers, we have the most magnificent music in abundance. The Saturnites who live on the shores of these lakes do not practice any music at all, whereas those who live farther away from these waters and those in the mountains do. Can these birds be captured and tamed? Yes, that can be done. But when such a bird is in captivity, it ceases to sing, even if there is a whole flock. But as soon as it is released and swims again on the surface of the water, the bird begins to sing. These are the singing birds which were mentioned earlier. Someone probably would like to know if these singers are at home in many of the larger countries of this planet, and whether their habitat is predominantly in the southern, northern, eastern or western parts. This species of birds has its habitat on most of the large mainland or continents. But in the countries themselves, they mostly inhabit the southern regions. The northern parts have very few of this species. Instead, another species makes its home there, which in a manner replaces this extraordinary company of singers. However, these northern singers of the air do not sing melodies. When several of these birds sing together, it sounds like a wind blowing through the strings of a harp, thus producing enticing sounds. In these regions, it rarely happens that these weaker musicians hit a harmonious chord. But for those Saturnites who do not have the opportunity to hear the better singers, the songs of these birds are quite uplifting. Even if they do not sing as beautifully, they are more indigenous. As far as their shape is concerned, they are by far the most beautiful and most magnificent species of bird on this planet. We will discuss their appearance in the next message, but for today this shall suffice. What do these northern singers of the air look like? It will be very difficult to give you a proper description, since there is not one bird on earth which resembles it. Regardless, we shall attempt to give you an idea as to the shape of this bird. Now listen. This bird is as large as a fully grown ox on earth. Its body is covered throughout with greenish golden feathers, which are more woolly than smooth. The little feathers on the upper edges of the wings, beginning from the body right towards the ends of the wings, resemble polished gold upon which a bright red carmine colour has been applied. The pinion feathers of the wings are light blue, whereas the edges of the feathers look like matte gold. The quills of the feathers are a dazzling white that scintillate in various colours like a gold mother-of-pearl shell on earth. The tail consists of long feathers and is divided into two parts, similar to a swallow on earth. These feathers are not covered with rigid down, but with long and flowing down. The flowing down has colours almost like the down of the peacock's tail feathers. On the outermost tips hangs a bushy mane of these flowing downs, which at times hangs 90 inches long from the feathers. But it is so light that its entire weight, in accordance with your measurement, does not even weigh 9 grams. These down manes are multicoloured, so that with every move the colours change. The feet of this bird are completely white and well shaped, that is, they are not in accordance with the feet of the birds on earth. The difference is that the feet of the earthly birds are usually naked and highly thin, while the feet of the bird on Saturn, right down to the claws, are much meatier and are covered with the most beautiful plumage, which looks exactly like that of the abdominal area, only a little lighter in colour. The so-called talons on the feet of the Saturnian birds usually have the shape of the paws of a well-shaped monkey on earth. In this case, however, this bird has feet shaped like a real human hand, only that the fingers up to the pointed nails are covered with beautiful light feathers. This is what this bird looks like from the body to the head being the most peculiar part. Why is that so? Behold, this bird, believe it or not, has two heads, but not in the same fashion as those earth pictures of a two-headed eagle. Instead, these two heads are one on top of the other. A neck like a swan with a head emerges from the crown of the lower head. The lower head is quite round and has a diameter from the bottom to the top of almost 2 feet and is 1.5 feet wide. This head has a female human face, almost like the mermaids on earth, which are, of course, very rarely seen, and the top of the head is covered with the richest long hair, changing over into a dark blue colour. From the crown of this lower head emerges a 30-inch long neck with a second head, which somewhat resembles the head of a swan on earth, and which serves this bird in the same manner as the trunk serves the elephant. The bird does not take any nourishment through the second head, because this neck has no throat. Regardless of that, this head does have 2 eyes, and, since it is very flexible, this bird can see everywhere with the eyes of the upper head, whereas it cannot see with the eyes of the lower head. However, since the eyes in the lower head are very sharp, they allow the bird to distinguish everything over the farthest distances. The face of the lower head is not naked. It is also covered with very small pale red feathers. Only the lips and the opening of a rather flat nose are bare. Everything else is feathered. The eyes of the lower head are large and light blue, and towards the forehead, the second neck changes over into a dazzling white colour. The neck of the upper head is light violet, whereas the head is completely fire red. The beak is bluish white with a very strong grip, well equipped for holding on to objects. How does this bird take its nourishment, and how does it drink? This is done in a very simple manner. It removes the fruit from the tree with its upper head and holds it in front of the mouth of the lower head, which, with its sharp teeth, like the mouths of monkeys on earth, naturally bites into the fruit and consumes it. If this bird wants to drink, it uses the upper head like a drinking glass. It scoops up the water with the upper head and keeps it in the large hollow space of the upper head, and then takes it to the mouth of the lower head, and the lower mouth drinks from the upper head. That was our second singer, although somewhat imperfect, because it can only sing one tone. But this tone is beautiful and melodious. It would impress the people on earth more than a complete orchestra. And you can believe me when I say that the music in heaven when it is most appealing, does not consist of a conflict of many sounds, but instead it is one single tone. This music is the most touching and the most effective. Prove it to yourself. What do you prefer? A single, clear, beautiful note of a male or female singer? Or a piercing chord made by an instrument? When someone has an extremely clear and highly melodious voice, would it not be a pity if such a voice were to be overshadowed by other sounds? Therefore, it is not a matter of the multifariousness of the sounds, but it is the quality of the individual tone that causes the heart-rending effect of the music. A perfect tone is within itself already the purest harmony, since a tone does not come individually by itself to a perceptible or audible manifestation. Instead, when the fundamental tone comes into being, there already exist within this tone the corresponding tones which are derived from the fundamental tone in the proper proportions, almost like the sound of a pure bell. That is how you must imagine the tone of this Saturnian singer to be, but in a fairly low octave, as for instance the G, A, and B, which is known on earth as the great octave. This will give you an idea of the singing of this bird. When this bird sings, it begins with pianissimo as much as possible and increases the tone without deviating in the slightest, or in other words, without lowering or raising the tone, to such a decibel level as if you were right next to a bell that is being pealed. The bird keeps this decibel level for a few seconds. Then it lets it fade more and more, until you can no longer hear it. Should there be 2, 3, or even 4 of these birds together, and if they have coincidentally good harmonious voices, this gives a surprisingly wonderful melodious chord, which is enjoyed by the Saturnites. There is, however, no change in this chord. In other words, one and the same chord remains. Even though this kind of music cannot in any way compete with the music of our well-known main singers, this simple music never fails its purpose. Should there be 2 Saturnites at odds with each other, which only occurs on this planet occasionally, all that is needed is this kind of simple singing, and in no time these 2 bitter enemies become the most peaceful friends. That is why these birds are often called peacemakers. These birds can also be tamed, and then take the same place as peacocks on earth, and are considered to be ornamental birds. These tame birds have a stronger voice, but their tone is somewhat coarser, while the same species in the wild produces a highly clear and pure sound. The tame species are sometimes taken as a rarity to the southern regions of a country, but there they soon lose their voices as a result of different nourishment. They become sad and sick and usually die soon. That is also why the northern people are not easily convinced to part with any of these birds, because of their fondness for them. The female species bears her young alive, and feeds them with very full breasts, which are below the neck of the lower head, almost like a human female, only the breast of this bird is not bare, but is covered with light feathers. Now you know everything that you should know about this bird. After this, we shall take a look at some of the domesticated fowl, and then we shall turn to the land animals. Following that, we shall discuss the Saturnites. Chapter 22. The domestic hen, the golden sphere, the giant goose, the nature and benefits of these domesticated birds. As on earth, the hen holds the most favourable role among the domesticated fowl on Saturn. However, the Saturnian hen looks entirely different than an earth hen. On Earth, you will find various kinds and species of this fowl in the different countries or regions of the world. This is also the case on Saturn. But there is a bird which is of the same kind wherever you are, and which is also known everywhere as the hen. What does this hen look like? It is at least 100 times larger than a hen on Earth. All the hens have the same colour. The wings are bright blue, while the back is completely white, changing over to bright red at the tail. The abdominal area has the colour of mother of pearl. The feet are light red, and the neck is light green from the head right to the area of the feet, which are very close to the head, so that the larger part of the body extends behind the feet. What does this hen look like regarding its shape? Here we experience some difficulty in giving you the proper picture, since on the entire surface of the earth there does not exist one bird with which you could compare this hen. Therefore, we have no choice but to reach for the atypical. Should that be familiar to you, then you will have no difficulty imagining the entire bird. The head of the hen is very large, larger in proportion to the body than the head of a large night owl to its body. On both sides of the head are two white ears, shaped like the ears of an elephant, only they do not hang down. In front of these ears, there are two proportionately large, sharp eyes, which are separated by a dark green feathered comb. A little below the eyes is a strong, somewhat blunt grey beak, upon which, between the two nostrils, a kind of blood-red trunk hangs down, just as is the case with the Indian hens. But this bird keeps its trunk more under a kind of self-willed control. This head is connected to its body by a fairly long but comparatively thick neck. Without the wings and feet, the body has a completely elliptical shape. The wings are proportionately short, and instead of pinion feathers there are only long quills covered with down. However, part of the wing which is turned towards the head, or in other words the upper edge of the wing, is covered throughout with these kinds of feathers, which are the same as those of the ostrich on earth. As a result of the shortness of the structure of the wings, these birds are not very proficient when it comes to flying. On account of their very long, firm legs, they have the ability to run quickly, and it takes some effort by the Saturnites to capture such a bird. Therefore, if a person wishes to capture a hen, he employs at all times his firm willpower. This willpower will be discussed more in detail at the appropriate time. The tail of this bird is like a wheel, but not in the manner of the Indian chicken, but like the peacock's, though this tail is proportionately larger and more compact. You will have a fairly good idea of the appearance of this bird if you arrange all the information which has been given in the proper sequence. The only thing left to do is to add to the colours of the feathers a metallic lustre, and this will give you a proper picture of this bird. The male differs from the female only in size and often through its annoying sounding singing, whereas the hen only makes very short broken off sounds, which are not very pleasant to listen to. The Saturnites quote the following proverb when they hear someone who cannot sing. "Stop singing. You have a voice worse than a hen." What benefit do the Saturnites derive from this animal? Much the same as the people on earth do from their chickens. These hens lay many very large eggs. The Saturnites drink the contents raw and right away, because that is the way they taste best. The substance which is in these eggs tastes so sweet, similar to good cow's milk on earth, and much better than the milk of the large domesticated cows on Saturn. The shell of this egg is so firm that the Saturnites cut off the smaller end of the egg completely straight. This serves the Saturnites as a drinking utensil, but only for their exquisite juices, of which they say that they are only drunk drop by drop, even though this eggshell, when empty, can easily accommodate 5 pails. Note 1. 1 pail equals 56.6 litres, Austrian measurement. This measurement applies here. Of liquid. The Saturnites build a living henhouse for this domesticated fowl. That is, they plant the broad tree, also known as the wall tree, which has the shape of an oval and usually covers an area of approximately half a square geographic mile. In this fairly large henhouse, all kinds of grasses and plants are grown, and, at times, a few of the well-known rain trees are also planted. The wealthy Saturnites keep a few thousand of these fowl in such a henhouse, as they represent a large amount of wealth to the owner. These birds are compatible only with each other and do not tolerate any other animals in their vicinity. That is why these henhouses are built only for this species of fowl and far enough away from the main dwellings. You can understand why this is done if you remember the unpleasant singing of this bird. Besides this bird, there are a number of species which also belong to the category of housefowl, which are not as beneficial as these hens. The meat is eaten, and the feathers are used for beds, for the same purpose as on earth. Little is used from the house fowl, because they are mainly for amusement and beautification. Many wealthy inhabitants of Saturn have many different species of tame birds next to their dwellings, whereas others only keep the hens. As far as the remainder of the tame birds are concerned, we will only touch on a few in passing. One of these birds is the golden sphere. The people like to keep this bird because of the great lustre of its feathers, because it is the main attraction or splendour of all their fowl. This bird has the appearance of a ball, which has a diameter of at least 72 feet. Imagine under this ball 2 strong pillar-like legs with toes that extend in a radial manner. This actually describes the entire shape of this bird. It should be understood that this bird assumes this shape when the wings are folded. The golden sphere has virtually no head. On the front part, it has a wide but very short dark red beak, which is barely 15 inches long and 120 inches wide. Above the beak there are 2 oval eyes, the length of which are over 6 feet and the width 4.5 feet. The colour of the plumage is completely golden yellow. The feet begin with a greenish colour, then fade and turn eventually into a reddish colour. The entire plumage of the body, as well as that of the wings, has the same length and is completely flat, without the soft secondary down, and has the lustre of a finely polished gold surface. The Saturnites can hardly look at these birds during the day, because they have the appearance of a walking gold-plated steeple ball. When this bird dies, nothing but the skin is used. The Saturnites are very proficient in skinning this animal. On festive occasions, the skins and feathers serve the ladies as shoulder capes. It looks very good and rich over the shoulder and the full round arms of these ladies. The eggs of these birds are usually kept for breeding, but usually of 20 eggs there is hardly one which bears a living fruit. These are the most important facts about this gorgeous bird. There is also another which is found quite frequently on Saturn. This bird's body shape is like that of a giant goose. However, that is not its most interesting feature. That distinction belongs to its unusually long neck, which, measured from the body, often has a length of 180 to 240 feet. The colour of the body is bluish-grey, and the feet are jet black, which is very rare on this planet. The colour of the neck is vermilion, but not lustreless. Instead, it has a very strong metallic lustre. The head resembles the head of a goose on Earth, but of course in proportion to the rest of the body. This bird body is approximately 3 times the size of an elephant on Earth. The tail does not resemble the tail of a bird. Instead, a kind of horsetail dangles at the back part, and its hair reaches a length of 30 feet. As far as the legs are concerned, their length is in proportion to the rest of the body, but they are somewhat on the long side and are as strong as a tree. Those are the features of this bird. Why is this bird kept? As mentioned earlier, usually for the love of splendour. Otherwise, this bird has nothing that the Saturnites can make use of. Occasionally the hair from the tail is gathered and ropes and strings are made from it. However, they are not too firm. The plumage is not used at all. This bird is strictly kept by those inhabitants on Saturn who live on the banks and shores of rivers and lakes. Because this bird is an aquatic bird, it nourishes itself mostly on the worms in the water. That is why this animal has such a long neck, with which it can easily reach the bottom, where it finds its nourishment. The difference between the male and female of this species shows itself in its richer tail. This bird lays its eggs in the water and lets them float there for a while, until its instinct tells it that they have completely cooled off. Then it spreads its wings over one or more of its eggs and swims with them towards a quiet place. It keeps close watch over them, and they soon hatch by themselves. When this bird guards its eggs, it is not advisable to come close to such a place, because, with lightning speed, it immediately attacks any intruder with its long neck and deals him a blow with its firm beak, such that no intruder will attempt to disturb this water bird again while it is attending to this most important task. These are the most important and memorable facts of the species of the feathered inhabitants of this planet. You can well imagine that besides the species we have discussed, there are thousands of others in the various countries and continents of Saturn, in the most multifarious variety. Now we shall turn to the tame and wild land animals. Chapter 23. The largest and most important land animal, the mud. The teachings of the wise about the mud. The purpose of its creation. Because of the many species and kinds of land animals, we shall take a closer look at those which are especially noteworthy, and which do not exist anywhere else except on this planet. The largest living land animal on Saturn is called the mud. It can only be found on a very few continents on Saturn. If you would add them all up, you would not find more than 10,000 such animals on this entire large planet. The countries where they can be found are sparsely populated. Because of the mud's large size and tremendous voracity, there is not much left for any other creature. Also, the Saturnites do not have the courage to fight with this giant animal. They relinquish the land which is occupied by these animals without hesitation, and they call it the uninhabitable mudland. This animal does not exist on the main continents, but south and north of these main continents there are other large islands, and these countries are mostly left to all kinds of those species and other animals. But none of these countries are avoided as much as those that are considered to be mudland. What does this animal look like? Does a similar animal exist on Earth? Yes, there is a similar animal on Earth, but this animal plays very much a subordinate role, while on Saturn it occupies the foremost terrible rank in every aspect. This applies to its giant size, as well as its ferocity and voracity. Which earthly animal does this creature resemble? It is one which is well known to you. It is the pig. But as far as its size is concerned, the pig on Earth would hardly be large enough to be a parasite by comparison. Even these huge Saturnites feel no larger than tiny little dwarfs at the sight of such a giant animal. I tell you, if the mud would stand behind a high Alp, for instance, the Core Alps, note 1, 2,000 meters high, you would still have to stretch your neck in order to see the apex of its back. This immensely large animal is just as voracious as your little pig, as it is not very particular about its food. It eats whatever comes along, may that be grass or certain trees or other species of animals, human beings as well as water animals. It eats them all with the same appetite. Since this animal has power in accordance with its size, it would be vain to enter into any kind of combat with it. Some courageous Saturnites have made the attempt with long sharp tips, which they mounted onto 600-foot-long sticks to control such animals, and in addition they employed their total willpower. Despite this, they were badly injured. The mud was wounded in many different areas and, because of the pain caused by these wounds, became very angry and ferocious and ran to a wide river in order to cool its wounds. As soon as the pain eased, the mud got up and scooped up a huge amount of water, as well as some large stones from the riverbed, and spit them on its pursuers, who were under the impression that they had conquered this animal. They were all badly injured, and only a few made it back home. Some of those that were killed by this animal were devoured with only a few bites as soon as the animal reached their location on land. In order that you may have some idea of how large the mud's mouth is, I shall give you an example. If there were nuts larger in size than your Schlollberg, note 2, a mountain in Graz, 475 meters in height, such a nut would not be too big for one tooth of this animal to crush easily with one bite. If the mud were to fill its mouth with water and stones, and spit out its contents from the upper part of Styria to the lower, the whole region would be flooded, and the waves would reach higher than the highest steeples of your city of Graz. If you take this information into consideration, this will answer your question as to why the Saturnites do not entertain another encounter with this animal. This is also why the Saturnites have only made 3 such attempts since time immemorial, and each was a failure. And for now, they have given up this initiative. Their sages have the following advice. A human being is capable of doing many things with his power, but he cannot control the moons, the large bright ring, the streams, the storms on the ocean, the giant fish, and the mud. Therefore, he should use his power where it can be effective. He should not attempt to control superior things with his limited powers. And there is also another advice or teaching of the sages, which is as follows. Listen. The Great Spirit gave us a great world to live in. We do not know where it begins or where it ends. In the land where we were born, we know of the things in the water, on land, and in the air, and we know and have experienced at all times that they were subject to our powers. If it would have been the Great Spirit's intention that the mud was meant for us, then it would also obey our powers. We know, however, that it scoffed at our powers with the greatest ease when we attempted to make it subject to our willpower. Therefore, it is as bright and clear as the sun that shines throughout the day, that the Great Spirit has appointed other powers besides ours, that should not serve our powers. And we should not make those powers our servants. That is why we should remain within the borders of our powers, as they have been determined for us, and let other great powers work where the Great Spirit has placed them. It should be of no interest to you to know what the great bright ring and the moons above us are. We should never, now or in the future, set foot on mudland. If you think about these words of wisdom for a short while, the purpose for this animal's giant size and tremendous strength will probably become clear to you. It would serve no purpose to describe the shape of this animal any further. It is left to the imagination of the individual to imagine this animal as well as he possibly can. Do the Saturnites at times keep an eye on this animal? That happens rarely. This only happens on the occasion of a long voyage, or when it is seen from the foothills of a main continent, where such a mudland is not too far distant. It is not advisable to get close to the shores of a mudland. If this animal notices anything from its vantage point on land, floating on the water's surface, it will walk with giant steps into the ocean, and if the ocean is not too deep, it will succeed, with only a few steps, in catching whatever is floating on the surface, and welcoming it with its immense mouth. Something that is especially frightening and horrible is the grunting of this animal. Truly, you have no idea how horrible it is. I can tell you this much. If this animal were as far away in Hungary as it could possibly be, pointed its mouth towards Styria in Austria, and grunted a few times, not only would the earth tremble in Styria, but much farther. Not only would every building in Graz be levelled by this type of earthquake, but also the loose mountain tops of the neighbouring Alps would tumble. This description should give you an answer as to why the Saturnites are not the greatest of friends of the moving song of this animal. This animal has very keen senses, despite its tremendous size. Its hearing and smell are especially keen. That is why it can perceive something suitable for its stomach coming closer on the water surface, even from the farthest distance. This pig is by far not as unclean as the pig on earth, especially regarding defecation. The mud surpasses in cleanliness almost any animal known to you on earth. Before it releases its bodily waste, it digs a very deep hole in the soil, which, in accordance with your measurements, has a circumference of about an hour's journey and is about 600 feet deep. Once such a hole has been dug, the mud disposes of its waste in this hole and covers it immediately with the same soil that it dug out. That is how this animal keeps the land it occupies clean and fertilizes it accordingly for the growth of grass that follows, which on these mudlands is usually by far of a greater density and larger than the densest jungles on earth. What remains to be answered is this: what is the purpose of such a colossal animal on this or any other planet? The answer was given in the description of the giant fish. As this fish forms the general transition from an aquatic animal to an animal of the air, the mud is also such an animal. It forms the transition of all levels of animal and vegetation into a nobler species of animal, which is closer to a human being. Now you know everything there is to know about this animal. In the next few chapters, we shall extend our view of the land animals, but with greater expediency.